Alright, now that's done. That was just for a thumbnail, basically. That was a good thumbnail, I hope. We should be live right now. Should be good to go. Welcome back, my babies and my girls. We're back with another live stream. What we're doing today, as you can see here, this is my programming language that I made. I'm just gonna be working on it for a bit, basically. I found a lot of bugs, basically, and errors that I gotta fix. So yeah, today I'm just gonna be sitting on my chair and coding, basically. So as you can see, this is a mouth webcam, basically. So yesterday we did men nipples webcam. Today we're doing men lips webcam, basically. I think I should also give that a title, like right here somewhere, so that way people don't get confused what's happening, because sometimes that could happen, you know. We're gonna go ahead and change our category to software and game development, although it's not really game development. It could be software, but yeah, I'm just gonna let it stay there, I guess. Healthy lifestyle. I'm gonna remove some of the tags because we ain't really doing that. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Hello world.
XIS says, hello world.
That's good. It works. Anyway, hopefully you guys can see the screen. Most of the screen, basically, because there's a webcam there that basically hides the rest, half of the screen. You know, like 0.0.0 0.0005% of the screen, basically. So yeah, I'm just gonna work on this language here. I'm just gonna fix a couple bugs. That's it. So the problem with this, the problem that I came across was, for some reason, passing parameters to passing arguments within a function call that executes a function that operates on a loop doesn't work well, doesn't perform well for some reason. And I think I have a theory, like what's going on, like behind it. So I'm gonna go ahead and show the like what is happening in the background, like what this code is actually doing before we proceed. So as you see right here, I have these outputs that are basically just, you know, printing out, loading, and then after loading B 99%, it moves on to loading C. But that is not what it did. It actually outputted the result, which is X 100 and Y nil. So this was not supposed to be performed before loading C was completed, but for some reason it performed it before, you know. Well, this output was supposed to be executed after loading C is completed and loading B, but for some reason the operation executed after loading B was completed, which makes no sense, you know, because the operation here, which is this line, I'm actually saying I'm calling the function A, and then I'm passing function B, and I'm executing it, and then I'm also passing function C, which is also being executed. So both of those functions are actually doing the same operation. It's just that they're both outputting, different result basically to the console. So the function B prints loading B, and the function C prints loading C. And once it's done with the loading, with the loop, it goes ahead and returns V, which is basically going to be 100 because we're just increasing it by 1. So that is what's happening within this operation. We're not doing like really complicated operation. We're just passing functions that basically runs some loop inside of itself and then returns the result after it has reached 100. This is basically how fast we want the loop to run for, which in this case we're telling it to run for 100 milliseconds. So it's running it, it's executing the loop over and over in 100 milliseconds, like basically. So that's what's happening, and it's running that loop 100 times. So it's nothing complicated. Inside of the loop itself, it's logging, it's printing to the console, and then it's increasing the V value, which by default is set to 0. So it's increasing that by 1 every time the loop gets executed, which in total returns 100, and then we get back the result. So in this case, I think what's happening is that A is basically compiling X, and then once it's done with X, it goes ahead and moves on and executes the function body when it should not be doing that. Basically, what should happen is that after X is done being compiled, it should wait for Y, but it seems like it's not waiting for Y. It just moves on like Y doesn't exist, which makes no fucking sense. I don't know what the fuck, why this is happening. So basically, the error could be coming from the parameters where the arguments are being passed to. So I think that's where this issue is coming from, basically. Because that is what we're doing first. First, we're basically passing the arguments into the function call, which then the compiler takes those arguments and then executes it and then assigns it to X and Y. But in this case, it just does X and ignores Y, basically. So by default, if I wasn't running any loops, so if I just go ahead and remove the loops, like comment them out, for example, you would notice that both B and C will actually be executed. So I'm just going to go ahead and log B here, and then I'm going to go ahead and log C. And basically the result is going to be there. I'm just going to change. I'm going to make this 1 and I'm going to make this 2, just so we can see like how this works. So if I save it and reload it now, you would notice that it calls B and C, and then both of them actually return the value of X and Y, which is 1 and 2. So it seems like this works fine, right? But the problem comes when they're both doing like the operations of a loop, basically. That's where the error seems to occur, basically, whenever an operation like a do loop is being is running. That's when the X gets the value. Well, in this case, the first parameter gets the value, but the second and the other ones will not get the value back because of what's happening within the function reader, basically, which is where it gets the value and then assigns it to the parameter X and Y. So in this case, if I had another parameter like Z, and then I pass it over here like 20, that will also not have a value, basically. So if we output Z, you would notice that Z also returns nil because of the loop that's happening, basically. So if I run it, it's gonna go ahead and log loading B until it reaches 100, and then it's gonna output the value. It's gonna execute the function. I think that is what should happen. There we go. So as you can see right here, it did exactly that. So if we go back up here, you can see we have B loading 100%, and then it does X101, and then it does Y nil, Z nil. In this case, what the result should be is 101 for X, and then 101 for Y, and then 20 for Z basically. So that didn't happen because of the do loop. So but we can fix that. So as you can see right, this is also 101 as well, because basically this is set to 2 and this is set to 1, but I'm just gonna set it back to 0. As you can see, both of the functions are being executed, but they're being executed after the main function is done executing. So like right here, going back to where the output was printed, which is X and Y and Z, you can see here we get this C output. So this C output is coming from this function call. So it seems like it executed the operation for Y and Z after the A function was already done, operating, which is not right, so yeah, my theory is that the issue with this, the way I can fix this, is if I basically trace back to where the compiler assigns the value to the parameters, and then make sure that it waits until every other operation is done getting their value back. It seems like it's not doing that for some reason. So I think if I actually run an older compiler version, like not version 3, like version 2. So let's go to version 2.5. If we run this, I'm sure it's gonna work. It's gonna operate well, because I think this is it's solid basically. Hopefully everything else works. I'm just gonna go ahead and uncomment this writer here because we don't really need it. I'm just gonna uncomment that, and that should be good. The import, I think it does work with import, but that doesn't matter really. I'm also gonna uncomment this as well because we're only using it within this writer. So let's do that. What the fuck? What is this for? Oh, it's this thing here. Huh. Okay. There we go. Okay, so as you see here, we just uncomment the previous code that we had, and now we're just gonna run this function example here, which is returning, which doesn't seem to be working with the latest compiler, with the latest language compiler. So I'm gonna save this and try again with this older version and see if it works. Okay, so it's doing the same thing, but this is running on version 2.5 basically. So let's see if it works. Hopefully it works, because oh yes, as you can see, both of them are actually working. I knew it. So the problem is basically within the latest. That's where the error is. And there, ah shit. Well, we did get the result that we needed. So as you can see right here, we have, so the operation did execute as the way it should have basically, but it's just we didn't get the exact result that we needed. So in this case, it executed loading B until it reached 100%, which is right here. So 99%, and then it moved on to C. In this case, if we were running on the older version, which is on the newer version, which is version 3, then this would not be executed. It would have basically not set the value for Y and Z. But in this case, it seems like after it's done loading loading B, it went to loading C, and then after that is when it outputted the result. So as you can see right here, after loading C was completed, it went ahead and said this to the console. So it seems like this is working fine basically. So basically that is working as the way it should, but we're not getting back the result that we need for we are getting the result for X but not for Y and Z basically. So there seems to be something going on with this response, so it's still buggy basically. So even this older version as well, it seems like it does do the operation in correct order, but it doesn't get the result. It doesn't return the result back basically to the operand, the one that executed the operation. So
Mom comes back today, right?
tomorrow.
No, she said today.
No, she called me. She said she's coming on Tuesday. Is your eyes okay? Does that thing work?
I haven't put it in yet.
Oh. So yeah, as you can see right here, it seems like both of the fucking versions are nuts, are basically buggy as well. So that's great, fucking great. I thought that would work, but oh well, at least it executes the operations in correct order instead of the fucking newer version. But so yeah, I'm not really gonna work with the older version, which is 2.5. We're just gonna work on this newer version here, which is version 3 basically. I'd rather work on that than the older version, because the older version is just way too old, you know. But yeah, I just keep it as it is, because basically once I'm done with this whole programming language that I'm currently working on, I'll just release the latest version instead of the older versions, you know, that I've been working on, because they're both buggy basically. And I'm just gonna work on the newer version instead of working on the older version, wasting my time on that shit when it's just gonna be pointless, you know. It's better to work on the current better version than the older ones, you know. So the reason why I actually even like the reason why I have this versions is because basically one version is better than the previous version. So like this language has like 3 versions. One of them is the oldest version, the version 1, which will not be able to compile anything that you're currently seeing here, but it would be able to compile the log function, and maybe it will also be able to compile the variable creation. Other than that, it's not going to be able to do any operations like the do loop, the plus operation, and yeah, the response will also not work as well. Even the function itself, I don't even think if it's able to do this, like to compile a function. With version 2.0, it's maybe gonna be able to do this kind of operation. Oh, let's actually try that, because I think I do have it. So let's actually see if the version 2.0 instead of version 2.5. Let's see if version 2.0 is able to compile this code and make it work. So with the older version, it didn't work. I mean, with the 2.5, it didn't work. Let's see if this one works. Oh shit. Okay. Well, it did work. It's actually way faster as well. Did you guys see that? Like, that was way fast. Oh, I think I know why it's faster. It's because this here is not being compiled, so you have to like use wait and then give it that value, or something like a wait, I think. Yeah, so let's see if that works. Nope. Okay, that didn't work. Yeah, I think it's just wait. So if you use wait there, that should work. Nope. Okay, that also doesn't work. God damn. Well, I don't know what the fuck happened there, but it seems like it's doing its thing basically. It's also running in the correct order as well, so it's doing loading B and then loading C. But as you can see right here, the percentage is set to nil. That's because I think it's this, or it's also, it should be able to do this operation, like the plus operation. So I don't know why the value is set to nil. It should exist. Something's going on with it, I'm not sure. But as you can see, after that, it's actually it's able to like return the Z's value, and not the other ones though. So you know, it works. it's okay. It's not that bad, but we're gonna get back to our latest version and try to figure out how we can basically fix this, you know, this bug here that I found. So let's rerun this one more time just so we can see what's happening. Oh, now we're just getting nil for both of them, so that's not good. Why is that returning nil? It should return the result. Oh, it's because of I comment this thing out, so that's not good. It needs that code basically. It needs this right identifier to like be able to do the plus operation. Without that, without this code here, it's not going to be able to do the plus operation. So yeah, as you can see right here, it's also using import to like import JavaScript function and then passing in the parameters and then doing the operation inside of the JavaScript function, and then it returns it back. So this is a really huge mess going on here, you know. The compiler is the current compiler in this version 3 to version actually 3.1 doesn't know how to do any operations like the plus operation and so on. So you would have to like implement that yourself, which is possible by using JavaScript. If you're not using JavaScript, then you're not going to be able to do it. Maybe you might find a way to do the plus operation without using JavaScript, but at this time I really don't know if there is a way to do it without JavaScript. So yeah, that's why it's using the include import, which then gives us the ability to like work with JavaScript's code basically, and then run it inside of, you know, its own language, which runs JavaScript in the background and then returns the result back basically. So this is also good for like performance enhancement or somewhat performance enhancement. Performance enhancement. How do you say that word? Performance increment. Just basically making the performance, making the operation run faster that you're currently doing. You should use JavaScript because this language is basically done on runtime, you know, so it's really slow. I mean, not runtime. Yeah, it is runtime, right? I think that's how I say it. So it's really slow basically, because everything has to be recompiled every time it's, you know, told to do something. It has to like read the code and figure out what this text is doing, and then it performs that operation. So it takes a while. That's why there's this import function, which then tells JavaScript to basically do that for you, which is way quicker than, you know, doing it on your own using this language. Most operations in this language is actually running on JavaScript. Like I'll show you guys an example of that like later on, but you know, but yeah, let's get back onto this. So as you can see right now, if we reload the page, you can see we're still getting nil, but if I reload it, it will be able to actually do the operation and give us the result that we need back. So we're getting the same result back, loading B, and then after it's done, it moves on like, you know, nothing happened basically. And then C gets executed, which then does its own thing, and then the data of C is returned to an unknown source basically, and then the data of Z, which is this one, is also returned to an unknown source. So this is just like being returned to the compiler, and the compiler doesn't know like where this data is supposed to go basically. So what it does is that it sets it onto like a garbage collection, like a storage where it will get deleted if it's not collected by something basically. So it stays there for a couple seconds and then it gets removed automatically. So like I said, I might know how to fix this problem. So what we need to do is go to function. So So if we go to function here, there's still function, but this is the one that we need. So this is where the function is actually running, like being operated and all that shit. So let's see, how is this working? So basically what we need to work on is the parameter reader. That's the thing that we need to look at. Parameters. Damn parameters. Let's see. So this code is really huge. Oh yeah, this is all reading some parameter stuff, you know. This is all for the parameters things going on here. Compile arguments. So this is where the arguments are being compiled. So it calls this compile function. It seems like there's a problem within this compile function. Look at this. This is huge. The fuck is this? And then it pushes it in here after it's done. So in this case, where the heck? So this is a for loop. Yeah, I don't care about that, right? I don't think so. Check if it's raw. And then there's R. What's R for? So R, I think, is when it's a raw value, basically. So that we don't care about that one. This is where we, I think, have to work on. So this is where the parameters are basically mostly loaded. Can you guys see me? Let me lower that bit. Gotta make sure only my mouth is in the webcam, basically. Yep, there we go. That's good. Yes, yes, very nice. So, let me see. I'm trying to find. So this is where it moves on to the next operation by increasing it by 1. Value, which is interesting. So the value is right there. Puts it into prompts. Checks if it's a raw type, and then if it's not a reference, and then it removes the reference, and then it compiles the value. So this is where the values are being compiled. So I'm just gonna go and log compile value. So args, or just arg. Yeah, arg compile value, and yeah, we'll see what happens. So if I reload the page, you can see here it's doing something. So you can see it's compiling v and 1, which is the plus operation, basically. Okay, and now it's doing the other one. So that's the C. It's loading C. So now once it's done with everything, let's go back here and see what's happening. So here you can see it's saying compile arg, which is B, which is the one that we passed right here. So this is the one that we passed, which is the one that is currently compiling. And then after that, it goes ahead and does its thing, basically, because it's already compiled. But there's also compile C and compile 20. Like, that should not happen before B is compiled already, you know. Like, this is not correct. Something's not right here. It seems like it's compiling them at the same time when it's not supposed to do that. it's supposed to wait until B is done compiling, basically. But what's happening here is that it's calling compile B, which then goes ahead and does its thing, and then calls compile C, and then compiles 20, which are the arguments that we just given to the A caller. This is not good. That is not what is supposed to be happening. So there's something here that causes this to like move on to the next operation after the other one, when it should not be doing that. If there's a loop, it should not be running. It should wait for that loop to complete. So I think there's something wrong here with this wait function, with this wait loop. Is it, oh, it's gotta be this. I think that's called the, oh my god, I think this is the issue here. So we're deleting the call ID, and then we're giving it there. So this is just doing that, and then we're using this. I think we're supposed to use like the current. Oh yeah, it's right there. So we're using that one. Are we supposed to use that one? That's the operation thing. Interesting. Up here we're deleting target, require reference. We're also deleting something's not right here. I don't know. Is that the new? So here we have new extra. We're passing that. So this is the value that we're compiling, and then we have this function called done compile. So this is supposed to be executed once everything is done compiling. Calls that, then returns nil, says done compiling false. So this is where the loop should, like, you know, stop running. Now in this case, when this happens, the done compiling will, you know, check what the data is, but it will not re-execute itself. It will not re-execute the yeah, this is really bad. Oh wait, we have this function here. So we're supposed to like re-execute the compile function once it's done. So because right here we're doing that, and then it makes sure that everything, the current index is less than, you know, it's less than that. And if that's the case, then it moves on. Else, we're supposed to basically return here, you know, say that we're done. So in this case, we're going to say done compiling true, and then we have to do something. I'm not sure. Oh yeah, so if we say done compiling true, it moves on. It's basically all we have to do, I think. So it just goes ahead and returns nil. This might have a problem, I think, because we need to make sure that it's greater than the length, right? So if we give it, if it's less than, if it's equal to it, then it would also, oh, that would mean, I think it's good. I think this is good. Yeah, maybe this is needed here, I'm not sure, just in case when we recall this function, you know, it would, so if we are supposed to recall it, then it would work. But no, I think we're supposed to recall the arguments, not this, but the arguments, compile arg function, you know, when there's a loop. So in this case, because this operation B is actually performing a loop, this would cause the the whole code to like pause on where it's currently at, basically. So this would mean this line, like the line on the bottom here, like hello, will not be executed until the operation on line 47 is completed, which is only gonna be completed when B and C are done compiling, basically. And also the 20 as well. 20 is basically just the number, so that's gonna be quick. It's just gonna return that very quickly. But B and C are basically performing other operations. So the only time 48 is going to be executed is when the operations are completed within B, C, 20, and A as well, basically. And then it's going to move on to this. So the only way this will happen is if we tell the so somehow there's this done function which is executed when we have the value back, basically. That's when the done function is going to be executed. So as you can see right here, once it's done with that, it just says return true, return false here, and I don't know why this is returning false. Must be something. But basically what we need to do here is we need to check if this was executed from the loop, like if it was waiting on the loop. So if we set this to false by default, await loop, so we're gonna set that to false, and then on the bottom here we're gonna say if await loop, then we're gonna go ahead and return compile args compile, the function that we have up here, and we're gonna pass in the index, basically, which is why we're actually increasing it by 1, so we could move on to the next argument. So right here we could say compile args and then give it index, which is this one. So we're gonna give it this index that we're currently increasing by 1. So we move on to the next parameter or argument. But if that's not the case, then it just does its thing, basically. So yeah, so it's only gonna recall this function when it's doing a loop, basically, because when we're doing a loop, what's supposed to happen here is the operation itself, like the compile function, has to also, the compile args has to stop. But in this case it seems like it's not stopping, it's just moving on and on. So like right here, this is actually a recursive call that's happening. So like if we go back down here, if we go back all the way here, you can see this is a for loop that just runs over and over until it has reached the maximum calls, until it has reached, the I has reached the length of the parameters. So it just keeps on running, basically. So as you can see right here, for some reason there's a break here. I don't know why. I don't wanna know why this is here. I'm just gonna ignore it for now. Hopefully I don't have to come back and fix it. I'm sure it's doing something, but I'm just not gonna read that. Anyway, so as you can see right here, it adds the value up, right? And there's something happening here. This is a mess, really big mess. I'm just gonna ignore this as well. Okay, so adds the value, which is the one that we're compiling, and then gets the string, and then it gets the function. Where does it call it? I think it's somewhere here. Oh yeah, right here. This is where the call happens. So as you can see right here, after whenever it comes across the comma, which in this case, I don't know, it's somewhere in the parameters, right? So it compiles that value, compile and check for loops. Okay, so this is where the problem is. I see. All right, so what we need to do here is this is an interval, right? Like this is an animation frame. It's calling the animation framework to like make sure that it's done and then re-executes the stuff, and then re-executes the thing by 1 basically, huh? But the current index, that's crazy. What the fuck is this? This makes no sense. So it does that. Oh my god, this is so wait, so what is the index in the compile function? So for some reason in here we have this variable that we're increasing by 1, which is set to 0. What the fuck is that? I don't know what the fuck this is. Is that supposed to be like the global index, which is this one? That makes no sense. That's gotta be something. This index thing has gotta be something important, because it's not the one that I thought it was. Like this one. This is the one that we need to basically pay attention to. So it gave us this current oh yeah, this is not right. So as you can see right here, this is what it this makes no sense. I don't know what this is. It's gotta be something. Oh wait, I think this is like, oh, I know what this is doing. This is counting the number of parameters that were compiled. I think that's what this is doing. So that's not the one that we need to pass when the done function is, you know, executed. Like right here, right here. This should be like the current index itself that we pass into this compile function, because this is basically recalling the same operation, you know. And for some reason, I think there was a break statement that I just added. I don't think we need that, right? Where was it? It was somewhere here, where I said if the index is like this, then something should happen. Oh yeah, right here. Oh yeah, so as you can see, it does actually seem to be counting the length of the parameters, because here it's checking the parameters and then comparing it with index. So that's happening. What is this supposed to be here? I'm asking you guys, like you guys know, but I don't know. It's a really mess code. Portal exists. Oh my fucking goodness. Okay, so that should do something, right? And basically, because we're calling this function here, and it has this parameter called await loop. So like right here. So if this is set to true, then it would re-execute that function. So this means we don't really need the other thing. So like right here is where the loop is actually being checked on. So what I could do here is when I call the done function, I go ahead and say true, because it did wait for the loop to be completed. So we put that to true, and then here we just, you know, do nothing. We just say wait there. Right here is where it's calling it, which by default is set to false. So we're just gonna do the same thing, I guess. And there. So that should handle that. But the other thing that we have to work on as well, it's the compile arc. So I have to go over back to where that function. So this is the function that we need to work on. So basically, like I said, this is where everything happens, right? So it basically after when it finds the comma, and it says, okay, let's make sure that everything is good, and then calls the compile function, which seems like it returns a value back, you know, which then it goes out and compares it, checks if there's a loop. What does compile return again? Let's actually go back here. So this is the compile function. It seems like it returns false, and then it returns true sometimes. So there's that. So like So in this case, the there's a return statement inside of this check loop, which is returning nil. So if it returns nil, it says, oh, everything's done. So like right here all the way down, this return nil actually affects the outcome of what, if it should wait for the value or not. So we have to return true here for the for this thing to work. That's the issue, I think. That's why it wasn't working. So I didn't really have to do all those other things that I did, that I added there. I don't even think if I did anything. Hopefully I didn't make any changes that would make this thing not work. But this is the only issue, I think, is because it was returning null basically. And as you can see right here, we're saying that when compile returns something, then we need to do this. But in this case, because it was returning null whenever there was a loop running, it caused the for loop to continue running. But if it did return something, it goes ahead and sets index to I, and then does this interval or animation framework, which is basically like a function that re-executes itself over and over again. But in this case, it doesn't freeze the computer, you know, because it's re-executing itself. This is like, it's like what you use to do some gaming and stuff. But yeah, so in this case, it creates this function and then it executes itself over and over again, while it also breaks from the loop at the same time. So while this is running, the loop is not running, it stopped, everything is not running, because it's now waiting for the value to be compiled. So I think this time it should actually work as the way it should, as the way it's supposed to basically, which is compiling B, C, and the 20 value. So we should get the correct value this time. Let's actually see if I fixed it. Oh, okay, something's happening. So we're getting B loading. Oh, now we're getting. Oh no, we're still on B. Please be C after this. Oh no, it didn't work. God dang it! It seems like it re-executed the function like 2 times or 3 times, I think. So this is probably gonna crash. I think we did something wrong here. So you can, if you look at this, let me go back up a little bit. You'll see there's a couple recalls of the function here. So it's logging the same thing. That's because the function seems like it was re-executed multiple times. I'm just gonna reload everything and yeah, just undo all the changes that I did basically. So now that we know where the issue mainly is coming from, we could easily fix this. Wait, what was that? Oh, okay, so we need this. I just don't need the other changes that I did. Compile value. Okay, so this is the thing that we did here. So hopefully everything's the same as it should, as it was before I made the changes. So basically the issue is coming from here, because this is returning null. It's not doing what it's supposed to do. So here we're gonna return true to tell it that there's a loop running basically. So that should solve it, I think. Let's try again. Come on. Alright, so it's loading B now. Here we go. After this, it should load C basically, you know, because that's the correct. That's how it should run. Oh, there we go. So now C is running. Okay, after this, hopefully we get the result that we need. Oh, it's almost there. There! Yes! Oh! Well, okay. That's interesting. It did work, but for some reason, this operation re-executes itself like multiple times. So you can see here we get X and Z 100, and I mean X, Y, Z. So for X is 100, Y is 100, Z is 20. But for some reason, this operation just reruns itself like multiple times. Makes no sense. So why is this happening? Oh my god, we fixed the issue, but for some reason the A function seems to like re-execute itself like that many times. Like in this case, let's see how many times is it running. So if we go all the way up here, this makes no sense. So like right here, 1, 2, 3, 4. So it's running like 4 times. Why? What the heck? That is crazy. So we did fix that one bug that we had, but it seems like something else is happening within it as well. So now that we know like where the issue was coming from, like where the bug is located, we could actually fix the other versions, like the version 3.0. Like this one is also easily fixed just by returning true back to the caller basically. So if we go back to this function here and then look for the compile function, all we have to update is basically the return statement. Seems like I forgot to fix that basically, to like return true. I was coding what I was like, way too excited for it. I didn't even notice that I was missing something. So like, what the fuck is this? This looks new. Oh yeah, this is the thing. Okay, we don't care about that. This is what we care about. So right here, no, not this one, but this loop check function, which is it checks for if there's a loop running in the background. So if there is a loop running, as you can see right here, it's also returning nil, but this breaks the way the operation is supposed to work, because it's like telling the compiler that there's no loop running, so move on with the with the compilation and return back the result. So in this case, if we return true back within the version 3.0 instead of 3.1, let's see how this runs, right? So I'm just gonna put this back up here because we don't really need use of this in version 3.0 because it's actually able to perform the plus operation by itself, without the programmer having to rewrite it themselves basically. So yeah, now that's the version that we're gonna try and see if it works. Just gonna save it, and here we go. Let's see. Hopefully this doesn't re-execute itself 4 times. Let's see if this one works better than the version 3.1. Oh, okay, so now it's running C. It's loading C. Come on. This is a really huge fucking bug, right? But it was easily fixed. Oh, okay. Well, this one did re-execute itself, but it only re-executed itself like 2 times. But there's also another re-execution of the function, like the C. It seems like the C function is getting re-executed 3 times in this case. So the one time is here, the other time is here. I mean, the one time is here, right? And then the second time is when it's re-executing itself again. This is crazy. Like, this makes no sense. And then there's this value here. So what the fuck is this? What's going? Why is it doing that? That is so crazy. I think there's something within the compiler, like the arguments compilation. I think the issue is we need to move forward probably by 1. Maybe that's why, and we're staying in the same position. So like right here, I think we're supposed to do like +1, so we move forward. Maybe that might fix it. Let's actually see. I'm gonna go back to version let's actually undo everything here, because no, I don't wanna break anything here, because this version is actually kind of stable. It's just the only error is within the function, I think. What else did I change here? Let me actually see. Seems like I changed like many things. That I deleted that, which is the identifier. So this is the identifier reader. Actually, let's put it back to the way it was. Fuck that shit. And we're just gonna return nil here, just to keep it as the way it was for the function return statement, because right now it seems like it's breaking something when we return true. So that's where the issue is coming from. It seems like whenever there's a loop and it returns true, something else happens. So in this case, the change that I did on version 3.1 is that I'm increasing index by 1 basically, and just to see what happens. So we're gonna go back to our latest version and see if that does anything, if that stops the you know, the re-execution from happening and stuff. So here we go, version 3.1. Okay, everything. Oh, seems like there's an error here. Whoops. What is this? What is this? Huh. Maybe that's why this is re-executing itself, because of this bug. That could be the one. Let's actually see. So here I'm looking for value. So what's the error that we got here? Trim is not a function. What? Okay, so this is checking if this is the value, basically. So we need to make sure that this exists and the type of value is equal string, basically, because in this case it's not a string, so it could be like the data that we got back. So right there, it changes the value, compiles, and yeah, we need to do something about this. Seems like the value is being updated. So somewhere here it actually sets the value to an object, which is why is that happening? We don't need to do that. So I don't know why this is happening, right? Which then reconverts itself back to a string. So in this case, I guess what we need to really do is reset this thing every time, you know, the function is rerun. That is what we're supposed to do. Maybe that might fix that problem. There we go. Okay. So it's loading B now. So let's see. Hopefully everything works fine. Ah, shit. Well, okay, this time it didn't work because we're missing Y. It only executed B, basically. So the reason why this it didn't work is because of the plus operation that I added here. So it seems like we're not supposed to do that. Let's just go ahead and remove that. Let's try one more time without the plus operation. The only change that we made is that we're resetting the value to be a string format every time the function is re-executed. So okay, now it's loading C. Oh, there we go. So as you see, the problem's it's still there, basically. So yeah, that's crazy. So you can see here it's executing itself. This time is actually, yeah, it's 4 times still, and then it re-executes C again one more time after it's done executing here. So this is really buggy. I really don't know like what could cause this, you know. So here I'm saying break, and it seems like the function A gets re-executed multiple times. Makes no sense. What could it cause? What could it be that causes this, right? I mean, I'm trying to think what the problem might be. So we're using the comma. This is only happening within the comma part. And we're returning true if there's a loop, and returning false if there's no loop. Right here you see it resets the value, compiles some data, calls the compile function. And then here it's also doing the same thing as well. Increases index by 1. Oh, it seems like it's already there. That's interesting. We have like 2 of them. So this one is outside of the check statement. Outside of the outside of the for loop basically. So that's why we had to do this 2 times. I'm sure there's a way to make it just do it 1 time, but you know. And then he checks for the loop to be completed 1 more time. Okay, so let me see. How does this work? So it calls this compile args function right here, which then, if the index is less than prime.length, create false. And then if the index is less than or equal to 0, or the index is less than or equal to prime.length, then it said can call arg true. Create args true. So then it returns it. But in this case, this is happening like multiple times, you know, not just 1 time. So right here, let's actually see how many times this gets executed. So I'm just gonna put it there because well, this gets executed a lot of times in this case, because it's also calling a function when loading B is happening, and it's calling the plus operation, which is, that's not the important one. The important one comes after C is loading. There we go. So this is where the important one is. So right here, after C is done loading, you can see it's calling create argument 2 times instead of just 1 time. Maybe that's where the issue is. Why did this get executed twice? Where did it come from? You know? So it's actually, it seems like, I think loading C and then it calls argument, then loading that one. Okay, and then it calls it 1 more time for the create of this, and then again the same thing for those and for those. Interesting. This is confusing. I really don't know what's going on here. Compile the other arguments and later on create the argument variable. Compile prompts. We need to know, like, if this is coming from the same scope, you know, so we don't re-execute it twice, because that is what's currently happening right now. It's basically, it seems like it's coming from the same call, you know. So there is a way we could maybe fix it. So there's the index there. I think I have to like set a scope here, so that way the scope that this is running from is not the same. No, but that won't work. Yeah, this is gonna be really complicated if I do that. I don't want to do that right now. So that doesn't work. So how do we do this? Call the arg so we can pass in arguments. It goes ahead and returns it. So in this case, what's happening here is this function is calling this, which then, you know, does its thing, And here it returns some other stuff going on there. Compiles stuff. Yeah, it seems like this is really not where the error is coming from, like the recall and all that. It's all located, I think. Wait, what does this do? This is just a for loop, so this is not a problem. So the problem mostly is located inside of here, this compile args function. So let's actually trace this again, see what's happening here. So we're saying maybe this is where the problem also is within this, because that would make sense, right? Let's see what's happening. Let's see. I hate this logs, it's so hard to tell like what, where, which is which. So let's see. What the heck? Great, I can't even find the output. There, okay. So it reaches 100%, goes on, and you know, everything is created. Everything's good. So that's nice. See how this works. I'm gonna go ahead and remove a couple logs that are not really important. The only ones that are important here in this case is when the body re-executes, right? Really, like even the plus operations, those are also functions as well, so this is going to make it really hard to work with it, because it will also do the same operation, login and stuff, and I don't want that to happen. And so let's see, what is this doing here? So mostly it's just adding itself. We don't really need that anymore, you see, so we don't need to call this kind of operations here. I'm just gonna remove them. Actually, I'm just gonna uncomment this stuff, because you know that's not how the loop really is running. The loop is running on number, which is 100 basically, you know, 100. So we're just gonna say loading B, and you know, until it reaches 100, it's gonna stop, and then it's gonna load C. So we don't really have to use any hard operations to get this thing to work. I mean, I'm gonna go ahead and create V, just give it 100, and then return it back. Now in this case, we don't even need C. We can just use B and B together because they're the same thing, and then just return it. So they're both doing the same thing. But we do need like what we're performing. We need to know like what function is currently loading. So let's put it back. Okay, so we're at B, and then we're not gonna use that. We're just gonna use C here, and there we go. It's the only change. We'll make this 200 instead, and so that way, you know, everything makes sense. So now, in this case, the only output that we're gonna get is from the C and the B, and instead of the plus operation, because that also makes it way more harder to like trace where this error is coming from, you know. So here I'm gonna go to the execution of the body, yeah, the function body execution. That's the one that we need to look at basically. Instead, maybe there's a problem there as well. That could be the one that causes this thing to like re-execute, you know, this function to re-execute, which makes no sense. So this is where the code is. It checks the code and then it calls it. So I'm gonna go ahead and take a look at the code just so we can see. Function, and then just log the code, and let's get it. Okay, so now it's running B. So we don't care about those function or the C function. All we care about is the result that we get back after B and C is done loading, basically. What function does it call? So there we go. So okay, and then it runs that again. So right here we get 2 times, as you can see. This is the first. This is when the C is done loading. That's the first one. And
Bulldogs 1992 says, "My man."
Hey Bulldogs, welcome to the stream. We're just doing some programming today, basically. So yeah. No workout stream today. Maybe later on. So as you can see right here, after the C is done loading, it calls the function, and then it does the the printing, and then this is what we get. After that, it calls it again, one more time. So this is 2-time execution actually. So it's way less than the other one. But what the fuck? That makes no sense. Why did we get this 2? The other time we got like 4, I think. I think that's when we did the plus operation. What? Where is it coming from? That's the only thing that I need to know. And the thing is, we could also trace it, maybe. Let me actually see. Source, and that would be execution. I don't know, something like execute type. Yes, maybe that's the one. So that could trace where this is coming from, how these functions are being re-executed. So it's loading B, and now it's loading C. Okay, it's almost there. And there we go. Okay, so this is what we care about. So here it's saying assignment 2 and assignment 2 for this. They're both coming from assignment 2. That's interesting. How can I fix? How is this possible? There's only one of them. So how does this work? So assignment 2 is when we're doing the reassignment, which is right here. Wait, let me actually see where assignment 2 is coming from. I don't even know what the fuck that is. So this is where assignment 2 happens, which is where the variable gets created, I think. Nope. This is where the variable gets reassigned. That's interesting. So I'm gonna go ahead and log do assign, just so we can see if this is actually what's happening, because I don't think if this is where the error is really coming from, you know. Mostly it's coming from the function itself, you know, the function caller. So I'm just gonna put that there and rerun it. Okay, so as you see, just gonna wait for this to download again. This is actually very slow, so I'm just gonna make the operation way faster by decreasing this wait time. I'm just gonna make it 10 milliseconds, you know, so that way we don't have to wait for a very long time for the operation to be done. There we go. Look at that. That's fast. There. Okay, so everything is done. If we go back up here, which is where the first operation was completed, so right here we get this one, and then does that. Wait. It seems like there's only one. So there's that, X and Z. So that operation happens, and then it does the log error. So there's that, and then X, Z. Oh, what the fuck? It does. It seems like it's. What? This is running twice. but it's not really an assignment operation. You see, for the first call, so if we reload this, the first loading, which is B, so if we go back up here, we have do assign, which is assigning A, and then do assign for B, and then C, and then after that it just calls the function, which is the A function, which then calls B and C. So that's why we get this log here, and then it does the V assignments. So that's oh my fucking god, bro. Assignment 2, and then once assignment 2 is done, it calls it twice. So there's 2 call here that recalls itself. Something is causing this to like re-execute itself, you know, and I don't know what that is. What could it be? Is it because I'm calling this on, you know, over here? What if I do this data equal that? This is the same thing. So if I say data is equal, you know, A, let's see if this works. Nope, you see this also doesn't work. This also has the same output, which is actually this time it called it like way more times than it did at the first time. So here it seems like it called it 1, 2, and 3 times, actually 4 times. Look at that. So it called it 4 times when we're doing an assignment to A, basically. This has to be, I think I might know where the problem is coming from. Maybe it's coming from, also what I don't get is, why is C call running again? Like, why is C being re-executed after the operation is done? Like, look at this, it's running one more time. Like, why is that happening? You know, C is like the second argument that I'm passing, so it shouldn't run C, it should run Z in this case. Not C, it should run the 20. But for some reason it seems like C gets executed one more time after all the operation is done, you know, after the functions are being re-executed again. So mostly where this I think where this error is coming from is basically the identifier. That's the problem. I think that's where the issue is coming from. It's from the identifier reader. It's basically performing this. So it somehow compiles the code when it shouldn't, you know. So I think that's what's happening. So for example, if we wanted to make sure that this is the case, I'm really sure that's the only way this would make sense, you know. It has to be the identifier, which is the writer here. So for some reason it's got some issue going on. So to fix it, it's possible. So what I could do is, maybe if we rerun this function in version 2.2.0, right? Let's actually try to rerun it and see if it works. So now we're gonna run version 2.0, which I got the wrong file here. So we'll put 2 there. Let's see if this works. Okay, so oh, look at that. Version 2.0 did it. It worked with version 2.0. So that's the reason why this version 2.0 seems to be working, is because it doesn't run identifiers. Like, it doesn't look for identifiers. So that is probably the only reason why version 2.0 works. For some reason this actually works way better than the other one, and it's actually returning a value back, which is, you know, 100 and 200. So if you look here, we have 100x, 200 this. I don't remember updating that version, like setting, you know, the return statement to true. So I don't know how that works. Let me actually see. Why is my fucking web moving? Like, did I actually fix that somehow? I don't remember doing that. Like previously, when I was showing this example, it didn't work, you know, so that makes no sense. So I'm just gonna look for function. Ah, shit. Okay, so something's happening here. This is really huge code base file. I'm just gonna try to fix. Oh, my mouth is not there anymore. You can only see my eye. Let me just see if I can fix this camera. I need to make sure you guys can see my mouth only, you know, not my. This is only mouth cam, you know, mouth cam stuff. Okay, so if I look at the screen like that, yes. If I go back, you won't be able to see me. This really sucks. And if I go to close, so if I'm over here, I bring this a bit up, go back, that doesn't work. Why is the zoom thing now? Okay, there we go. That's good. Okay. Is that good? That's actually way better. But that's the thing, I cannot go too close to the screen. I gotta stay like this. Actually, I can't even go a bit forward, like laid back. I have to be like this. Let me just zoom, scooch in closer. And there we go. That's better. Yes. Camel. That's what I'm talking about. Alright, anyway. So yeah, like I was saying, yeah, this thing seems to be working way better than the other ones. I don't know why. Like previously, this was not working. You know what I'm saying? It had some errors. It had some issues with me. Basically, it was crying like a baby, a little baby, basically. You know what I'm saying? 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 That's how hard it was crying. So, what is going on now? Why are you working this time, baby? Why are you trying to work this time and you weren't working before, right? Like, that make no sense, man. So this is the for loop here. This is the compile. Parameters, pyrometers, where the heck is the await? Oh, it's over here, I think. Oh, it's not. Oh, it's right. It's this one. I was like, where is the return statement? So as you can see right here, it's supposed to return true. Oh, this one is actually returning true. Did I update it? I think I did. I don't know, but okay, it seems to be working perfect. So this works. So the reason why this works and the other one doesn't is because this doesn't compile identifiers, you know, and identifiers are the blocks that the programmer could, you know, write it themselves to like build up the language, you know, as in the way that they want it to perform, or the way they want it to like write it, you know. That's what identifiers are in this programming language. You could basically make it do whatever you want it to do. So that's why this older version 2.0 seems to be working. This is my old link. I don't think it works anymore, so don't try to go on it. You might get virus or something. So that is why this version seems to be working perfectly, and it's only executing the function one time. So if we change it back to version 3.0 or 3.1, that is where the errors are. That's where you can find the errors, basically, because the identifiers are basically, you know, taking care of this. Oh, hey, look at that, something happened here. Oh yeah, this it seems like this one's, oh, we didn't fix version 3.0. we're only working with version 3.1 basically, because I don't want to modify this version 3.0, because, you know, it actually runs on some of my other projects that I'm, like, local websites that I'm currently working on, and if I do change something on it, it's gonna probably break everything else, like all the websites that I made with this language. So that's why I don't want to modify that. I'm only working on this new release, which is version 3.1, which is, you know, slightly better than version 3.0 basically, because, you know, with this one I'm basically updating a couple bugs within that I found, and I'm also changing couple how memory is managed, basically. You know, with version 3.0, there is a way to, like, manage a memory, to, like, delete it yourself, which sometimes you could forget basically to do that, and it actually leads to a lot of slowdown basically, because you have this useless data created and stored somewhere in the computer that you're never gonna reuse it basically. So it's just there accumulating, you know, on top of other, you know, just taking over the storage and stuff when you don't need them there anymore. So with this version, what I did is that I made it so it's way easier to manage and delete data that you're not going to be using, which maybe I might show you guys after we're done with this error, with this bug here that we have found. So like I said, the issue currently that we're facing is with the identifiers. I'm sure that is what's happening, because let me actually show you guys. Let me just go ahead and look for log here, just remove all the logs, because in this case, because we're going to be using the identifier to actually trace this error. So if we go to ident, which is where the identifiers is found, so right here, if we go ahead and log this, you would see that this thing is actually running every time. So like every time the compiler needs to do something, it has to run it by the identifier, and then it's able to perform that basically, you know. Oh, something's not right here. What did I do wrong? Oh, it's the file name. Right here, it's gonna be 0.0. I know, this is a stupid name here. I need to fix that. Okay, now there we go. So as you can see, every time it does something, it has to run it by the operation here. So it's loading B. So you can see here, identifier does B, and then identifier does C, and then it does 20. Huh. Wait, it seems like we're back to the same issue, right? What happened? Is it that should not be the problem. Something's not right. But let's see if we get the result that we need after. Yep, so as you can see right here, everything basically is done by the identifier. But in this case, it seems like the identifier doesn't really re-execute it. It only does it one time, I think. Let's actually go up here. So you can see there is B, C, and 20. So those are only executed one time. Oh, never mind. It seems like it did C again. What the fuck? Wait, let me go back up here. Oh shit. So we got B, C, 20, and then what? This is not right. Is it compiling them? I don't think so. I mean, the only time it should run it is if it did find the identifier. But in this case, it seems like it's running in even if it doesn't find it. So that's not where it's supposed to happen. So I'm just gonna see where this is actually being executed from. Wait, what's it called? Execution? Yeah, execution type. Because the only time this identifier really should be executed is when the identifier does exist. So you can see we got arg. Seems like it's also executing on arguments, so that's not good. So that's the arg value. Okay. This one, C, where it's executing C again, it's also done on arg value. So both of them are actually being re-executed within the args. So the only time this should work is if the thing exists. Also, like, this makes no sense because the identifier will return the result back, so we don't have to recompile it. You know, so if it did exist in the identifier, there's no need to recompile this thing. But I think what's happening here is that it calls it from identifier, it calls it from the read, right, and then it executes it again from the identifier. So first it runs it from the identifier, and then it seems like it also runs it from the compiler as well. So it's doing the same things at once, which is, I think this is why probably we're getting this kind of bug basically. So to fix it, let's go back to function. I think we might have found where the problem is coming from. Actually, let's go to arg value just so we can see how this is happening. So okay, so let me see how many counts are there. Oh, there's only one of them. Okay, so this is where we traced it back to where the compiler is running this from basically. So as you see here, it takes, so the data, where's the data? So here's the data, right? Pushes in the data into the compiler, as you can see, just like that, and somehow something else happens, like a recall happens, which could be traced back to the compile function, I think, which then does calls the identifier. Fuck, I should have like added these things, you know, so that way we could trace them back, you know, instead of so like right here, if we go back to arg, you can see we're just assigning it to this. But the other way, the best way to like trace back to this is you know, adding onto it basically. So like we could do, if this does exist, then we can add onto it. So we could do plus and then that, you know, so now we're adding onto the execution type. But if it doesn't exist, then we're just gonna assign it as new, and that way so you know, it's like that. So instead of plus, we're just saying it's equal to arg. So that's gonna be like where it first started, you know, and by adding onto it, we could somehow trace it back to where this problem is coming from. So I'm gonna have to like find all of this and like rework onto it, change it the way it's doing its thing, like just like this. Fuck man, I hate that. This is gonna be really long because there's a lot of them. Look at that, that's like 45 of execution stuff going on here. So this is adding it to the caller, but we need to put it onto this extra itself, you know. So right here we're gonna do if extra execution type, then we do extra execution type plus caller. So that just adds onto it, and then we could do execution type, if it doesn't have it, to just call it. Oh yeah, it's gonna take a while. So this is not needed here. I'm just gonna remove this caller. Hopefully I'm spelling it correct, like the execution, and make sure I'm spelling it correct. So, okay, looks correct. I don't know why I didn't think of this when I started adding this trace, callback trace. You know. Oh shit. Oh my fucking god, it's everywhere. Like, this shit is crazy. It's gonna take me like fucking hours. Oh, look at that. This is not good. It should have the @ symbol there. But yep, that's the execution for extra again. Within here, so we go to extra. So we could say if extra has execution. So this is only gonna add onto it if it was moved from one operation to the next, basically. That's the only time this is gonna work. But if it doesn't have it, then it creates this new execution, you know. So here we're gonna add onto it. Oh my god, I'm not sure if I did that on the other one. Maybe I did. The previous one that we worked on. Hopefully I added this plus symbol. Maybe I didn't. That's not good. That was the caller, so I'm sure I did. I do remember doing that. Okay. Of course, we did delete it as well, right? Should make sure it's always not there because it's gonna overrewrite itself. So no need for that. There we go. Here's the next one. I don't think there's really, maybe there is an easier way to do this. I just don't think it's possible right now, if I even know of it, basically, you know. And plus there's the other shit that I gotta do as well. So if the extra exists, then we go ahead and add on to it. This is maybe not a good idea, but it depends who's calling the function. And in this case, if it's only being recalled by itself, then everything should run as it's supposed to, basically. But if not, then there will be a problem, of course. Oh, we should also delete that as well. Almost forgot about that. This is pushing it into new. And then what we're doing here. Okay, very good. Very, very good. Okay, new extra. Ah, shit. Okay, moving on to the next one. I think the ones that are important basically are, what is this? This is the compile, expression, failed one. Well, this is an addition to it, so it's working with the clone. So we're gonna say if the clone has execution, and you can add on to it. Ah, shit. Go ahead and remove that. No needy. No needy anymore. It's all good. Okay. What other ones do we have here? There's this. using new extra, I think, right? That was new. Yep. Execution type. So if it's there, then we add into it. Execution type. Okay, I think that's good. Okay, here's the other one. Execution type. Execution. This is the same thing. Oh well. Okay. Seems like there's a lot of new extra stuff going on here. Oh, look at that. Would you like a This is using extra. And then we're gonna delete it. Delete it, goodie bye. Delete it, goodie bye. Goodie bye. Goodie bye. Go to the oh, look at that. Would ya look at it? Would ya look at it? Would ya left? Hold it. Ah shit. What the fish I may do, man? What it is, man? What it is, man? What it is? 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 What it is, man? What you be? What look? Very nice. Watch out, look at it, man. Oh shit. Holy shit, man. Hopefully I deleted the other ones. It's not good. I think there's multiple of those. Oh shit. I think the other one, I was way too quick. I didn't delete the class operation. The previous one. Oh man, if that's the case, then that's a big ass hero. That's a big ass hero, man. A very big ass hero. God dang it, not that's what the heck is that, man. Let's make sure this is not on this side. Very nice, man. Would you look at that? Easy everywhere. Easy every day me wear, man. Execution. Not very nice. Gotta copy this, put it here, copy that, delete this. We good to go. Very nice. Hopefully I deleted the other operation. That was on the bottom, you know. Yes, seems like I did. Very good. Very good. Interesting. Yes, this is the one here. Seems like I didn't add the plastic. Add the other option here. Just like it out. Just like it out. Very good. Very good. Very nice. Ooh, look at it. We got some strings. Stutterings going on here. Some stutterings. What y'all look at that, man? Hey, shit, man. Shitty man. Shitty man, shitty man, shitty man. Hey, shitty man. Creation? What is creation for, man? What you doing here, man? Very nice. Oh, shitty, man. What the fish is this? Whew. Oh, shit. Ah, down. New extra. That's how you do it. Come on. Oh, fuck. Very nice. I think it's up top. It's up top here. Somewhere here. Maybe far out. Far out here. Far out here. See. Very far out here. Oh my fucking good. Oh my fucking good. This looks good. Okay, I'm gonna go down here. Oh, hey, there they are. I was looking for you. Are you looking nice? You're looking very nice, okay? Very good to know. Creation 2. Oh, shit, man. Oh, shit, man. We got some creation 2 going on. Like, what is shitty, man? What is shitty man going on here? Shitty man. Hey, shitty man. Lot of shitty man here. Just like that. Just like that. Very nice. Yes. Nice. Shitty man. Hey, another shitty man here. What is shitty man? Bravi, 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 bravi. What is this? Okay, it's a creation or 2. What is nice. god. Oh my god. There's a lot of this. There's a lot of this stuff, man. Look at this. What it? Very nice. Very nice. Ha! We're back. We're back. Oh, never mind. What is this? Oh, what a fish, man. You fucker shitter, man. You fucker shitter, man. Yes, shitter, man. Shitter, man. Shitter, man. Shitter, man. Shitter, man. Extra. Extra, 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 Sherman, Sherman. What is this, man? What is going on with this? Oh my god! Very nice, extra. Extra, 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 weary, waddy, brick body, booty, booty, brick, 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 oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my goodness! This is a big boy, man. You know what I'm saying? A very big, large boy. Just like you, man. Yes.
Did you buy, I thought you bought Cinnamon Toast Crunch.
I bought a lot of them. There's a lot of...
The fuck are you fucking doing, bro? What the fuck are you on?
A lot of cereal up on top of the fridge.
I know, but there's no Cinnamon Toast Crunch.
No, it's 4 of them.
I know, but...
Cinnamon Crunch. Yeah.
I think you got graham crackers.
No, Cinnamon Crunch.
Where is it at? It's not up there.
On the table.
It's not up there. That's the graham crackers.
No, I brought 4 of them.
It's graham crackers.
It's those people with eyes, right? Is that
Cinnamon Toast Crunch?
Isn't that?
It's not on that freaking...
Isn't the one with eyes though?
No. Oh yeah, the little fucking box thing.
Yeah, then it is though.
You wanna bet? Come on.
Okay, how much you gonna bet?
$20. Put that hand on it. It's on the table, right?
No, yeah, right. I was just eating.
When you ask for something, you give it to him. Don't let it just... That nigga roll around like that.
It took the whole fucking box. It actually had a lot of them inside. Fuck's sake. Can you guys see me? No? How about now? Hey, there we go. Huh?
You're cooking today.
What do you mean cooking? I don't know how to cook.
Nigga, fries and what's the name?
I'm not a good cook, bro.
No, your fries and what's the name are good. Chips.
Well, I don't know how to make fries.
What?
I
Chips
don't.
in Maingi.
I can make eggs.
Nigga, you used to make this shit.
Huh?
The fucking me and I chips in fries. And fuck,
Oh,
you know what I'm talking about, bro?
chips and eggs.
Yeah.
Bruh, that shit's gonna take a while, man.
Bitch, what the fuck, nigga? Nah, I be cooking every fucking day. No way, bro. If there was what's the name, I would have made my shit. But there's no coconut milk. Unless you know where it is.
What are you trying to make?
No, I'm gonna make my food. The fucking.
Your soup?
We eating rice.
You trying to make your soup?
You gonna make it though?
Yes, maybe in the
Why are you acting like a crackhead, my nigga? What are you doing? Nigga, when I came in here, you were talking.
What's that?
What?
Did you hear that?
Bro, you're a tweet.
No, someone was banging something downstairs.
Nah,
Was
nah.
it?
But what you call it? When I came in here, you were talking like Mickey Mouse. What the fuck you got going on in there?
I was talking with this guy.
How many years ago?
300.
Hey, I've been saying.
Oh yeah.
But anyway, make the shit, dog. Don't fucking.
Maybe when I'm not gonna be done right now. You see, I'm doing something.
How many hours you got?
I'm trying to fix this thing.
You
I'll make it though.
Alright.
Alright, let's see. We're almost there. We're almost done with this. You know what I'm saying? You feeling me? You feeling me? Yes, okay. Let's get this shit started then, babies. Come on, baby girls. Baby wangus. Are you my baby's wangus or what? What we talking about, mate? What do I say, babies? My baby's wangus. Do I remind you of the pain I put you through, girl? Is that there is and I am to blame? Before I do it, is it because he treated you badly? I should keep protecting yourself. Wait, can I fart on Twitch? Are you allowed to fart? Is farts good on Twitch? Smells good farts. Girl, and it's gonna make go knowing you compare me to her. I was scared to be fought. I see, I can't win. I'll do anything to prove I love you, baby girl, but I refuse to shit on myself and no. I love you, girl, but I refuse to play. Shame for his mistakes. I know he did wrong. So tell me why does I have to do what I mean? Trying to make you something real. Figure out what is going on before you look up and let it go. I'll do anything to prove I love you, baby girl, and I refuse to give up something that ain't good. I love you, but I refuse to stay. Paying for his mistakes. I think we're almost. Actually, this will be the last one, and then we go ahead and try and see what kind of result we get back. Oh shit! I'm about to shit myself. I don't know why I'm farting a lot. You know. Hopefully, I don't get a banding or a copyright strike because of farting on Twitch. Farting is really nature. It's nature thing, you know. You shouldn't be ashamed by it. You should also shit yourself as well sometimes, every now and then, you know. just to fill the nature within. But yeah, that will be that. Now let's go ahead and try this. See the result that we get back. You know what I'm saying? Okay. All right. Oh, look at that. You just see that? So now if we go all the way back, so we start from here. Oh, look at that. We get assignments, and then we get, what the fuck? Why is there 2 here? Oh, it's for this one. So assignment 2 and then argument. Okay, and then it passes this to the identifier. So basically this whole thing was just to trace back where this thing is coming from and all that. And this is also doing the same thing, assignment and arg and the arg value, which is something happening there. And then it calls C. So this shouldn't happen. Basically it shouldn't like call itself, like the identifier shouldn't be executed from the arg value basically, but it seems like that is what is happening. Let's see if there's a way to like find it. So there's only 2 of them here, so but it seems like it's adding it there, but it's not really coming from the operation is being executed from there, the compile function. That's what matters basically. So the compile function is being executed from the arg value, but we pass it into the compile function itself, which then does the call. But then somehow I think what's happening is that it re-executes it when the operation is also being done. So like this gets the value for us, but then what we do is in the create argument, it actually recompiles everything, I think. So like right here, it gets the v, create the current variable argument, check if the current data is a reference. If so, then let the variable creator know. Takes the current item, which is the one that's gonna be compiled. So if we actually go ahead and log this just to make sure what we have, just go ahead and do that. Go back here. Okay, so it's 20, so it gives us the value back. There's the C again. So it compiles both of those, and then C. So this is X, Y, and this is Z, which is this data, and then there's X, Y, Z again. So it's like 2 times. It recalls the function. It seems like multiple times, but so for some reason, for this to like be re-executing itself that many times, it has to also recall itself that many times. But in this case, it's only calling it once. So right here, you can see there's 4 calls of the function X, Y, and Z. So 1, 2, 3, and 4. So it seems like what's happening is that somehow the function is like getting re-executed that many times when it really shouldn't, like the value execution. I think the whole thing like resets somehow. So this error all came back because of the result that the compile function is returning, right? Which is basically true. So if we go back to the compile up here one more time, this makes no sense. I don't know why this breaks everything, right? Like this in the checked loop. The reason why this is breaking is because we're returning this true value back, which then is being compiled by the top, is being checked by the top caller, which is this. So this checks for the return of true. So it does that. Let me see what happens next. So right here, does that. This actually gets the value for us, and then it recalls it by increasing it by 1. It recalls the compile arg. If that's not the case, then everything is good. Else it cancels the call, and then everything returns as the way it is. So I think maybe the issue is coming from here, for the last no, it's not for the last value, I think. So the last value, because it's actually 20, this doesn't matter. Or it doesn't matter, because index could also be not the length. So this could also be the way the problem's coming from. So I'm just gonna go ahead and log, because if this returns true, then it will go down here. But if it doesn't, then it's gonna say if not done, it's gonna wait for the loop. But if it is, then it moves by 1, which could be a problem. So here I'm just gonna go ahead and log index, or for index, which is I. So this is gonna be on and off basically. But then we could go ahead and log where the value also came from as well, if it's the last one or not, basically. Okay, so we're gonna ignore that bottom call and go up here. So right here where the 20 is, the length is 9. That's what matters. So if the length is 9, let's see, we also need to check the length of the whole code, the parameters. So here we could do that length, see what's the length of that basically. So if we go back here where this ends, this is 10, this is 9, so this is the same thing, so it's on the same length. So there isn't any issue with that. 10, 8, maybe there is a problem here. 9, 10. So everything looks okay with the index. It seems like it does assign the value, like the last index where it stopped basically. So that's good. So it's not like we're restarting the for loop all over again, from 0. So that is not the case. And so this only gets executed when it returns true. So if it doesn't, then it goes here, which is really the same thing, so there's not the case. But then there's the else, which then also returns itself. This is really hard. So it checks for compilation when the compiling is done. Then it moves into the next. So let's make sure that is actually being handled as well, because this is set to false by default, and then set true there, and then in the loop, like right here, we set it to true once we're done, and then we return false. So that returns false by default. So that's correct. Then we do this, which the return statement for this doesn't matter, because we already returned the true here. So in this case, we cannot set that to true. So if we're looking for it, it's not set to true. It's only set to true when the function is sets and everything is good to go. And then it calls the done function. We should also cancel this as well. I think it does up here. Yep, it cancels the call when it finds it, so that's good. But the problem is it's really hard to stress where this error is coming from. Makes no sense. My theory is that it's the identifier, because here we give it to the compiler. The compiler says it comes from, the execution source says it comes from assignment 2 and argument value. So argument value was the latest operation that it did, and assignment 2 was the previous operation. So this is correct basically. So takes it, passes it down. Oh yeah, because we're doing it first as well, so so in this case, what's happening here is, I don't think if it compiles the page, it only compiles it if it found the identifier, you know. So in this case, if we go to compile function, the only time this gets called is I hate this fucking thing here. Pointless. Might have to do something about this. So there's that. Checks for stuff like that. Checks for version, checks for content. What the fuck is this? What on it does, and then it does the reader here. It's only doing that if it's used. Yeah, this is pointless. Like it doesn't need this code here anymore. I think we could remove it. So then it goes all the way down here to where the reader is. So in this case, it checked for identifier. So I'm gonna log ident, found ident, see if that gets executed before. So right here you can see it doesn't log the output found ident, but this operation gets executed where it shouldn't, basically, you know. It should not be executed without the identifier existing. So that's the only issue here, is where we are running this. We need to make sure that the identifier does exist before we do anything. So like here as well, we could do if identifier exists. So in this case, I'm gonna copy everything here. Alright, just like that. And then we put it right here. So if it does exist, then we go ahead and return whatever the identifier does, basically. You know, so it doesn't execute the identifier, basically. Let's look for another one. That one already is in that block. And this one is not in that block, so we could also do the same thing with this. It's the same thing basically. So I'm just gonna put the if statement and then return, and then look for another use, which is over here. So we're only gonna run it if the identifier. Wait, what the fuck is this? Oh, this is a different one. Holy shit. Oh, it's for the variable creation, as you can see, which compiles everything. So this is a bit bigger. Do the same thing. So just like that. Get this, and then put new code. Just gonna go ahead and find new code and assign it to that, and then maybe reuse it over here, and then call it in the identifier. That is only if it does exist. How many of them are there? Oh my god, that's a lot of fucking stuff going on. So we'll put if, oh fuck's sake. Okay, let me just go back here. I need to copy this. Hopefully it's the same stuff. So we put this here, and we change that, just like that. The trim thing is not really important, you know. What matters is everything we're passing should be the same as the reader, basically. So this is not a return statement, so you know, just do that, put it there. Gotta copy this again because yes, check for a den. So we just do that, put this down, put it there, make sure that that's the same. Okay, very good. It's the reader. Oh yeah, same thing here. Great. That's fucking great. I forgot to copy that. Just gotta copy this code. That's the if statement, basically. You know, make sure we have it every other place. Every other places. You feel me? Because basically by running the identifier, it actually compiles everything. So this could cause for the operation to be executed multiple times because of, you know, what's going on in the background and all that. Current scope, which is going to be that one. Everything's good. Everything's the same there. So I'm going to copy this, put it here, put it there, and take this, put it there. And there we go. Of course, gotta copy this again. This is the return statement, and it's only going to work if it does exist. And if it doesn't exist, then this is, I don't know how it's going to be handled. You see, I think it's just going to fall onto the default one, basically, which is throwing some arrows and stuff like that. Arrows, undefined variables. That's the nil, and then it's also using the current scope as well, so that's good. Yep, everything else looks the same. The whole code is there. Okay. Very good. Oh yeah, this also checks for the reader there, so that's good. Makes sure that it's there before it does anything, but this one doesn't. So we have to put it. Ah shit. For fuck's sake, I forgot to copy that thing. I'm just gonna copy this. Just like that. And put this to null because it is null and null and null and nully. And that also checks for these, okay. And then there's this one that doesn't. So we do it. We do it, I mean. Ah shit, I'm just gonna write. Okay. It's gonna be, oh no, it's gonna be this one. It's gonna be code. Same stuff. Sunuli Willy. And then current scope. And extra. Very good. Damn, there's a lot of them. Now if this one fails, this is a bad thing. We'll just keep this the way it is because it's just gonna return null basically. By default, I think that's the pair, so we're not really gonna worry about that for now. Of course, this should also have it as well, but mostly what we care about are, you know, what is this? The red? This is something. I'm not sure what the fuck this is. We don't care about that one though. I think I'm good to go now for just testing, basically, making sure that we get everything correct. It seems like we still have the issues here, the errors. X 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep, still called Z 4 times. There must be more. I think the issue is coming from the compile. Like the compile is the one that really, you know, is leading like this whole thing, you know. So I'm just gonna copy this, move it to a different file, and then see if I could like find the reader, how many of them I could find. Count 12. Okay, let's make sure that they both, so like this one here seems like it's not running. Oh, actually it is. Oh, I think this is where the error is coming from actually, because this one actually compiles the identifier no matter what, even if it doesn't exist. So this is I think where the issue is mostly coming from, because I actually uncommented this thing out, as you can see. So that is definitely why I think this is happening, because of this uncomment. So I'm just gonna put that back and then look for other ones that don't have it. Okay, that has it. This doesn't have it, as you can see here. Then it just returns that. By default it's just supposed to fall down basically. So right here we could do, if it doesn't exist, then don't do anything, you know. We'll have to put the if statement though, which I just don't want to rewrite that whole thing. What the fuck? Why did I uncomment them here? I don't get it. There must be a reason why I did this, right? It has to be. There's a return here. I don't know why. Let me see. What the heck is this a return for? Has to be a reason why. Okay, so this is for the function call. So this is within the function. This is also a function call. And then errors also does some other stuff here. But I think the problem really was only that change, which is in the compile function. So if I do change it back with the update, that should fix it. Let's see. There. So as you can see now, we did get the same issue, but you can see there's no identifier being executed basically by default, because we're saying, you know, only execute the identifier if it does exist. But that didn't really stop the us from getting the same output like 3-4 times. So that was pointless tracing that back to the identifier. So if it's not the identifier that is really causing this, then what is it? What's doing this? Could it be the loop, the function call itself? Because I think that could be what's happening. Let me go back to the compile. I'm gonna see if I could if the A is actually being executed multiple times. So we're gonna say if code includes A or code includes B or code includes C, then in this case I'm just gonna go ahead and log operation and then log the code basically, so we can see if it's running, you know, more than one time. So as you see here, if we go all the way back, now let's see what's happening. How is this working? So actually what we cared most about is actually A and not the other one. So I'm just gonna remove that and just look for A basically and see how many times it's been executed. Okay, so going back all the way to here, so you can see operation A, it finds it, goes ahead and creates A. There is A here, so this is not good. So that's what we're getting is we need something like a call function basically, you know, with a parameter. So that way it only does it, it only logs it out when we're calling it. So like right here we have operation A, the opening from parentheses, so it goes ahead and outputs this to the console. That's the first call of it, as you can see there, so that's good. And then it does that, and then it does C. So this is the C time, which it goes all the way down and completes everything. But then you can see it logs it way more than one time, and the operation was only executed one time. So this thing here is only running one time. So if you look for it, there's only one match. So it seems like it's not really, it's not like recalling the function over and over again, you know, because if it was doing that, then we would see like, you know, 2 calls of it. So for example, if I copy and paste this code as an example, just like one there and then put another one on the bottom, then that would give us 2 operation calls basically for it. As you can see there, now we have 2 of them, 2 matches, because, you know, we called it 2 times. So yeah, it's only running this one time. The A is only being executed one time, but the output that we're getting seems to be 2 times of that basically. So we get 1, 2. Oh, well, this time we're getting 2. Actually, that's the other one. Wait. So there's 1, 2, which is what, which makes no sense. But up here as well, there's actually 4 times of the output. So there's 1, 2. Once it's loading for that, and what's up with this? It's also the same thing. So they're both giving us the same result. But the call, the function to the call is only one time. So this makes really no sense at all. Why this is happening, right? But there has to be a reason why we're getting that many executions. What could it be? It has to be coming from somewhere else. I need to know like the name of the functions I could try. Yes. In terms of function. It's wrong. I think there is a way to like check for the name of the function here somewhere. Let's go back to func so we can see. So with I think there is something here. Info, yeah, we could use the info to like get the name of the the function that we're currently running. So this is doing the operation, compiling of it. We're gonna go ahead and check for info, and I think there's something called name or some, maybe var name. Is that it? I can't tell, but it has to be. I'm just gonna go ahead and log it just so we can see. If it works. So that's what we're getting for var name. It's not good. It's just random. Let's see if we can find, how many times we can find this. It's 2 of them. So there's one here and there's another one on the bottom. What about this? There's only one of that. There's only one of that. So for some reason this has, wait, I thought this had like 2. Actually it's this one. There's 2 of those. One on top and the other one on the bottom. Why? Why is there 2 of those? I wonder. They don't even have names. Like, what the heck? There's gotta be a name for it, right? That makes no sense. I'm sure I had to like var name, which is what I'm accessing here, but it seems like it's returning undefined name for it. It's random basically. That's also what I'm using. Key, what the fuck is key? Function name, but I'm not using function name. I'm using var name here, I think. It's somewhere here. There was a console. Oh, look at that. That's what we're getting back. But that is not what key is, right? What the fuck is key? Oh, the fuck, that's not correct. There should be a name here somewhere. Actually, I think that's called variable. So this is not what we need. Mostly we need like, I think it's called variable name or something like that. Keyword or something. Let me see if I can fix this. So like right here, I'm gonna go ahead and say if. So there's this extra here that we could use to check for keyword. If keyword exists, then we're gonna change that to. We're gonna change the key to keyword, so we can assign it to that. Maybe that should fix it. Not sure though. Should see. This is where the function calls happen. So it's not keyword. I'm sure there's something that has, like, you know, what we're looking for. Function, assignments, self. That's the one. We need the self. We need to look for the self key because, oh, actually there is a keyword. Oh, it's actually underscore. I was like, wait, how do we get it? There we go. Okay, so that should not fix. Now that should tell us like what functions are being executed. So here we have A, B, and C. So let's see if we can find. So okay, interesting. It's not how I want it to work though. So let me look for consoles one more time here. There's the index. So the place that I want to actually get this log is from. I'll keep the operation there. It's not the identifier. So the identifier is not a problem here. The problem is coming from somewhere else. So this is V, which we don't care about. Operation. Wait, where's the log? Okay, it seems like I deleted that log. So let's go back to the function, and now we're gonna track it back to where the operation itself is happening, like that the body gets executed, because it seems like that is where the problem is. It's within the execute. So this is where the problem could be at, basically. So we're going to go ahead and execute call function. So we should only call the function if it's info, basically. So call function a call exe is what we're going to print, and we're only going to print that if the info var name, right, because we already give it a name. So if the info var name is equal to a, basically. So if it's an a variable, then we're gonna go ahead and tell it a execute. So let's see what happens now. Okay, so we have a execute. So it seems like a execute is being executed multiple times, but the operation here is only being done once. Like this call is only being done once. So if we actually take a look for it, let me go ahead and copy this. So if we put a and comma a colon mark, you can see there's only one operation happening with it. But for some reason, if you look for a call, you can see there's 4 of those, basically. So it's calling this function 4 times for some reason. Like it's recalling the body 4 times. So why is that happening? What's going on? How does that get executed? Actually, that's the thing that we should investigate. How does a get executed? So if we take a look here, it's only executing itself when, well, actually, oh yeah, it's right here. So this is where it's executing it, and it does that after if the length is less than or equal to 0, basically. So if it is less than or equal to 0, then it does this, and then it moves on to the execute function, right? So there could be something that maybe recalls this function. Let's see how many times does this get executed. Counts. So there's only one time where this gets executed, but again, it could be executed way more times than that, basically. So what I could do here is, if we wanted to actually trace this back to being the compile args being the one that actually re-executes this, we could check for the info here again, just saying info and then getting the variable name, because we're working with only one variable here, which is the a. So we're gonna make sure if the variable name is a, then we're gonna go ahead and say print out to the console. Recall. Actually, it's gonna be call first. Call args from compile args. So in this case, it's actually create. So this is creating args, and then it's being executed from the compile args, which is this one here. So let's see if we get this call, how many times we get this output basically, because it should only do this one time. This compile args should only be executed one time. So let's see what happens. Okay, so here we get compile args. That's like 2 times execution. But basically what matters is up here. I think the bottom one will also get fixed once we're done with this. So as you can see, it does A and B, it does B and C, and then after those are both compiled, it then calls compile args, which then calls exe, and then prints out to the console, because we're executing the function this time, which is this. And then for some reason it calls it again, it calls the compile args again, which then causes the body to get re-executed, and then it calls a C. So it seems like that is where the problem is coming from. It's coming from the compile args, which is right here. It's recalling the create args, which then recalls the execute function, which is why we're getting this this kind of stuff going on, right? How do we fix it? There is a way. Let me think. So in this case, because this is the compile args is the issue, seems like it's coming from there somehow. Create args doesn't call compile args. Compile args, let's actually see how many times this function actually gets executed. So there's 16 times. That's crazy. There's 16 calls of this function happening, which is all within itself as well. Maybe. So I can just see. Oh, that's append. Oh yeah, this is not good. I've named them the same basically, even if they're being done on different places. So it's not going to be a good way to trace it back. But we need to trace it within, within itself, which is this here. So I'm just gonna collapse it and copy this so I can see where the error is coming from. So now let's count it. It's 5 times, so it's being called 5 times. So the one is over here, which increases by 1. So there is increment here every now and then. So this is the first one, second, third, fourth. How many times are there? 5. And this is the 5th, which is also increasing it by 1. Index equal I for both of them. So this one is the one that just text it, sets it to that. So there could be a problem here where it recalls this. I think I'm gonna try to see if I can fix it. So let's say, hey, I'm gonna go all the way back up here, just making sure. Let's put everything back at the start basically. There we go. So I think basically we're gonna need this to work with this thing. So right here I'm gonna log, I'm gonna do the if statement and then log the index, just so we can see. Oh fuck's sake, I didn't mean to say that. So you can see what the index is and what the actual length is as well, you know, and where this thing actually stopped. So we could do index and length. It's gonna be, I think it's gonna be prom. This length. Oh shit! I always forget. This is gonna be A, which then I'll do that. So it's coming from A basically. This all operation is gonna be coming from A. I think it's better if we also label them so we could trace it back as well. So it recalls itself. It recalls the compiler here. And then here as well. And here we should get the current index plus 1. So we're gonna say we're just gonna assume that it's being added by 1. So we'll keep this. We'll say this is the last one. So I guess we should start. We should start from the top. So the top will be 5. So this is the top here because we're going to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So here we're gonna go ahead and put 1, 3, 4. I'm just gonna do 2. 1, 2, 3. So this is gonna be 3. 4, I think. 3 and 5. Alright, so let's see what is going on here. I'm just gonna copy this. Ah, shit. I always click save. I don't meant to do that, you know what I'm saying? 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 Alright, let's see what's going on. So save, reload. Okay, there we go. We're gonna start all the way to the top. That's where we need to be. So it calls A5, which is 3. So we're gonna ignore those. What matters is after C, basically. After loading C. So after loading C, it's 7, and 1 gives us 7, which is 10. That's interesting. And A4 gives us 9 and 10, which then calls the compile args, and then there's A2. For some reason A2 is re-executed. Why did A2 execute? You know, because it's already done, so why did A2 get executed? Everything was done. For some reason A2 is running. Let's find A2. Okay, so this is A2, which is, I think it's outside. Yeah, this is outside of the, I think, right? Yeah, this is outside of the loop where, so in this case, because we already have everything, so for some reason it decided to recall itself, which then does this. So it's basically like at the end, but somehow A2 was executed. Makes no sense. I think it's because of the way this is running, you know. And now when A2 is done, this means it's gonna compile whatever that value is. So like A2 is basically once everything is outside of the for loop basically. That's what A2 is working with. So this causes the compile args to like re-execute again. You know, after getting the value back. Which is, it's not really doing anything with that. So this causes the index, so it goes to, see, once it's done, there's that. There's a 9, so it's a 9. Once that is done, once it's reached the limit, it should stop. This has taken me like 3 hours to fucking work with. I mean, just in the beginning, basically, I was tracing this other bug, basically, other error that I found, which was something related to what we're currently working on, but it wasn't returning the result back. This time it is returning the result back, even if you're using loops, but it's just executing that loop 2 times basically, or you know, I think it depends on how many parameters you add onto it. So for example, maybe if I remove maybe if I have only one argument, or one argument added to the call function, it would only execute it 1 time. Actually, it executed 2 times, not 1 time, but 2 times. So you can see there's B here, so it's calling B, and then once it's done with B, it calls A1 and A4, which is at 3, which calls compile argument, and then calls that. So this is where it should have stopped, but then it moves on to it goes back for some reason. So
my nigga, damn, you're still fucking streaming?
I'm trying to fix it. For some reason it goes back, it decreases, which makes no sense, and it goes back to A1, A5, A5, A5. Well, it shouldn't be doing that. Once it's done, it should stop, you know, with the run, but it's just re-executing the same thing over and over basically. It's like it's stuck in this loop. So right here it was at A1, it was at the third length, or index was at 3 basically. So this is the same parameter things, it's just that different index. It seems like the index changes, and then here at A4 the index was 12. This is crazy. So we're getting like 2 calls, actually 3. It's executing 3 times this time. So 1, 2, yeah, 3 calls of it. That's only if we have 1 parameter. What if we don't add any parameter? How many times will it call itself? So it calls itself 1 time if there's no parameters added onto the thing. But if we do add a parameter, let's actually say we give it 1. How would that work? That also calls itself 1 time. So it's only when there's a loop happening basically with that parameter, then everything else breaks. So if the argument that I passed in does anything like loops and stuff like that, you know, that pauses other operation from happening, that's when the issue comes basically, which is then calling itself 3 times, which comes from compile args, you know. This is also where this output is coming from. So right here after B is loading, A4, A1. Let's actually look for A1. Let's see. So if we look for A1, this is actually inside of. Also, wait, this is outside? No, this is inside of the for loop. So it returns. It breaks from the for loop and sets I to that. So it breaks from the for loop and then waits for the compilation to be done, basically. Which then, once that is done, compiling, it moves by 1. So right here it says set to 4, and then it went to A4. Let's look for A4. What is that? So A4 is outside of the loop. So that's when it's done with everything. That's why it's 12 basically. So we get A4. And then once that is done, it comes to A1 again, which is inside of, yeah?
I'm gonna, what's the name for you? You cook it.
Yeah, you just make them right now. So it seems like after that, after the whole thing is done, the execution should also be done, but somehow maybe there's it's waiting for something. It's still waiting. It's still inside of this loop, you know, going on. And then it recalls that thing. So here I'm actually gonna go ahead and log it just so we can see if that is the case, because that could also be the reason why this is happening, you know. We're only gonna do this if the name is A, basically, because we do not want as many logs basically here. Await A. I just call it A3, right? And then awaits. So that's just gonna be there. This will help somehow, I think. Maybe. So let's see. There's the A4. This is only happening in the interval, so I'm gonna look for the await interval. Just count it. There's 3 of those. So right here, it's the same thing. Just this time it's 2. One, and then there's this one. So this is the last one, I think. A1. So as you see, we have A1, then awaits A1, A3, which also awaits, and A2, which also awaits, and back to A1. So there's only 3 of those, basically. That's good. All right. Let's see. Fuck's sake. Great. Now I need to find this thing. I think it's what is it called? Argument something. I don't remember the name. Oh, it's right here. Compile terms. Okay. This shit is so long. I do not want to. What the fuck? Okay, there we go. Save, and now let's see what's happening. Alright. Oh. Okay. So as you see, it did its thing. Right? Awaits and then it did the compiling, and then that. So So I think the problem is mostly because of the await, because as you can see right here now, we don't get the awaits as much basically. So how many of this are there? There's 3 of them basically. That, well, not that, this one's finding this. So there's, oh yeah, there's a lot of this. So it seems like, well, I don't think that's the case. I don't think that really proves anything. Maybe it does a bit, because it depends how many times it's being executed, you know, it's being called. But there's 2, and with what kind of values it has as well. Maybe that also matters as well. The index, this is really hard. I think it's because I have multiple of those intervals, you know. They could be running at different times, you know. They're not going to be running synchronously. They'll be running asynchronously, you know, like on their own time. So maybe that's why they're basically recalling themselves, because, you know, they're not like synced. You know, once the for loop is done, they're probably both calling the things, the callbacks at the same time, which then could like resolve to this, you know. But I think that should be a way to like prevent that from happening. You know, once it's executed, then it shouldn't be able to like recall itself. So there is a way I could like stop that from happening, maybe, which is by, let's go back to the function, right? So if we go back to the function here, we could like solve this very easily, right, when the function is executed. So we could tell it not to re-execute the function again. So right here we could create a parameter. We could create a variable, right? Let me see. So that tells it to not re-execute itself again. Because when this function is executed, this is going to be resetted back to default settings, which is going to be a false. So we could do exe func. Okay, we set it to false. So if it's false, then that means it should execute it. But if it's true, then that means it cannot re-execute this. So here we could say and not executed. So if that's the case, then it's going to go here, and else here we're going to say else if the else is just going to return basically. But by default it's going to go all the way down here, so that's not good. That might be a problem, but we're going to work on that later. So right here we could do equal true, so that way it does not re-execute itself. So maybe this should solve that issue. Let's see. Yep, so as you can see, we get this crash here, which is just gonna run forever without stopping. I need to close it. Fuck. I knew that would happen. Oh yeah, look at the index as well. Did you guys see that? The index was like way too high basically. So here we could do else if index, right? Else if index is greater than or equal to parameters length, then we're gonna break. So we're just gonna go ahead and return and do nothing because it's done, you know. So yeah, this is what we needed. Is the stream still going on? Okay, because we almost crashed the stream there because of this not if statement. So here I'm gonna do that, and here we're gonna check. We're also gonna make sure that this is not set, and you know, it's gonna go ahead and do this. So if this is true and this is true, then it's gonna return. But if that's not the case, then it's gonna do the one on the bottom. So yep, that is gonna work now. I'm sure. I am 100% sure. Come on, Kiki, do you love me? Are you fading? Do you never wanna leave me, Kiki? Do you love me? I love you. We gonna be Kiki. All right. That's what I'm talking about. Whoo. That's what I'm talking about. Whoo. That's what I'm talking about. All right, here we go. Let's go. Let's try to get that thing and see if it crashes or not. So I'm just gonna open up the console. Hopefully it doesn't. It works this time. So yeah, there was a really easier way to fix the problem. I was just doing the harder way basically. I wasted like fucking 4 hours on that shit. God dang it. I don't know what's wrong with me sometimes. I just don't think, you know. Is that gonna work? I think so. We got that, and yeah, it did work. So there's only one execution of this. So if we actually look for a call as well, so I'm just gonna copy this and put it onto that. You can see there's only one call. So that fixed the problem, bro. Come on, that's what I'm talking about. That is how y'all do it. You know what I'm saying? You waste 2 or 3 hours and then you get it correct after those wasted time. Fucking stupid, bro. But now basically this means everything is good to go. So I could actually run the operation one more time and show you guys that everything is good. So I'm just gonna remove all the logs. They're not needed anymore. We just needed them to trace the issues, you know, the issues that we had. All them issues. Don't you guys hate them issues? Them stupid issues? Crazy issues going on, you know. Nurdin! Is the fries ready? Okay, so let's see. Okay, I'm almost done. So we got remove the logs a bit. We're almost there. We're almost done with this shit. We're almost done with this shit, and we're good to go. We're good to go. We're done. We're almost done. This is the document, guys. I'm streaming it on Twitch because why not, basically. But I'm also gonna upload it on YouTube as well. So this is just a document of me working on this language. This my own programming language, basically. So now, if we save this and reload, you will notice everything seems to be working perfect. I wasted 3 fucking hours on this shit, man. God damn. But if we do that and we give it C and then we give it 20 and we reload the page, hopefully this works, runs, you know. Yep. One time only. Oh no, he actually did way more than that. What? Oh shit. Yeah, it seems like this is running. There's only one of those, I think, right? So if we check for X, there should only be one of it. So yeah, you can see there's only one output, but there's 2 execution for some reason for the parameter C. So there is still 1 error that we gotta work on. 1 buggy error. You couldn't find what with it? Yeah, that's what I put. It's in the kitchen. In the kitchen. Let me see if I can solve this one issue here. So how do we solve this one? This is an interesting one because it seems like the function C here is actually being re-executed maybe 2 times, I think. But because we already have this callback, it shouldn't cause that. So what's happening, I think, is if we go back to compile, let's go back here. So right here, what is currently happening with the function C, I think it's that it's actually recalling itself. So here we can say if includes. So now we're going to check for C and see how this C function is being executed, right? So if it includes C, then we're going to go ahead and log the operation and then log the code so we can see what's going on here. So we reload the page and we look for operation, so, which is operation C. Oh, what the fuck? Why is it calling that? I'm saying if code includes the, oh yeah, because it's, you know, calling itself. That means so there's like 5 calls of it. So if I'm actually gonna copy that, put it here. You can see there's 5 of them. So there's one. Oh, this ones don't matter mostly. What matters is the one on the bottom. So there's this other call. Wait, so there's B and then there's C. So there's oh yeah. Wait, why is C being executed here as well? It should only be one of them. We don't get B. Let's actually look for that, or if it's C based, or if it's B. So if it's B or C, then we're gonna output the value. Okay. So going back up here, we have B and then we have C. So this is when they are being this kind of operation should not really run as well, you know, because the first thing that we executed is operation B, but for some reason there's also C going on as well at the same time while operation B is also running. Makes no sense. And then there's another one here. So this is the second call, which then causes the other one to also run as well after the output, which is this, because we're actually running it 3 times. You know, if you ignore this things around it, this makes no sense, you know. It's really interesting. I think this is also a problem with the function, basically. So we solved one of them, but there's one more issue with that, you know, which is where for some reason when the operation is happening, when a B operation is happening, C operation should not run, but for some reason C operation also gets executed while the B operation is running at the same time. But that is not how it should run. So the only time we get this is from the function call, I think. So it's actually log where the operation is coming from. Source extra. So let's see what's going on here. This might take us a couple hours, or hopefully it doesn't take us that long. Okay, so going all the way back up here, let's actually ignore those and then check for the last one. So right here, no, it's not that one actually. I think it's the So like right here, it's in the main next line. What? Why is that doing that? This one is also in the main next line too. Okay, that's good. But then there is C again, which is main next line argument. Wait, that's one. This one is also one as well. Main next line arg next line one. So there's the first one, which this wasn't supposed to be executed basically. You know, like this C operation was not supposed to be executed at the same time as B operation was also running at the same time. What? Seems like my webcam is not set correctly, so I might just shit myself. Ooh, shit. So I don't shit my pants. So yeah, this is crazy. So basically, we know where the problem is coming from. Basically, it's in the argument name. It seems like it's, although I thought I solved the issue, it seems like I haven't. It's still calling itself somehow. That's because the value doesn't exist. But we are stopping the we're not stopping the compiler though. So the compile should also not run if it's already executed. So if the function's already run, if the exe is already running, the compile should also not work as well. So let's actually put that as well. You know, because some shit is going on that I don't know what the fuck it is. So the only way to stop it is to make sure that the compile doesn't also run as well if the function was already executed. So like right here we can say if exe, then we're just going to return. That's basically the best way to stop this kind of thing from happening, I think. Oh nope, still happening. Still running. So as you can see right here, we got the output, but then C also was executed as well. That's crazy. Because after the loop, then it runs it again when it doesn't have to, because it already has the value. Because it executed twice, executed the freaking thing twice. So there's something. So when we're compiling the data here, so when we're waiting for the value, you're not compiling it, a assign. So if there was a loop, it goes ahead and returns that the loop was found. There was a loop, right? So it returns that back. So because we're inside of this call here, this is a function. So the first thing it does is B, so it reference the comma, which is right here. So right here, it compiles B first. So it said if it found that, then it breaks and stops the thing from running. And it compiles B and sets the value to empty. But it's doing this twice. You see it's been executed twice. How? Why is that happening? Because there was one and then the other. this case a code compile. I guess what we could do is maybe put it within the compile function itself, you know, so it doesn't call that compile function. If I can find it. Oh, there it is. So right here we're gonna say and not exe function. Hopefully that, you know, stops it. Let's see if it works this time. Yep, it's still executing it twice. Like the C function gets executed twice, which is right there. This is the other call. But I'm saying not to do that. So we have that, right? C operation, but because we already executed one up here, there's one running. There's A and B. Like, that's good. It did two of those actually A and B, and if there was another one here like C, that's actually C because C is already there. I'm gonna create a new function. I'll call it F. This is not gonna do anything crazy. It's just gonna return. It's just gonna return 1. So that's another function that I'm gonna pass. Instead of returning 20, it's just gonna return 1 basically. And see if F also gets executed. So here we get operation, right? And then it gets B, and then C, and F is not executed, as you can see, because it knows that there's a loop now running. So maybe I think it's because how slow the loop is being registered to the system. The for loop is way too quick, basically, you know. So it just, we have to find a way to like say you know, a value was compiled, how many values were compiled. In this case, this call is the output of probably this one. I don't know. It makes no sense. Because after that, then it's running one of them. It could be the first one that was executed. So this output is actually from the first one that was executed, you know. And we could actually have proof of that by actually giving it a time of when this was executed, right? So here we could put time now, which is it's just going to return the time. So here I'm just going to have t, which is a function that's going to return the current time of the execution, so we could see how this works, you know. So t is going to be response time now. So I'm doing this because I think it's the best way to actually fix this problem. Alright, now let's see how this works. Going back here, C is undefined. Oh yeah, because the time is not there. So C is gonna have V. I'm just gonna name this R, so we can output it here as well, just so we can keep track of the when this function was executed, you know. Okay. Alright, so going back up here, you can see C here is nil, and the other ones, like this one, actually has a time. So how long has it been since that was executed? Let's actually try to compute that. So we could do, oh, we can't do that here because it doesn't support that. I guess we could do, ah shit, what's going on? This thing is so slow. So we could do the current time minus this. So we have to do new date, get time, and then minus that. So that's 4,000, wait, That's 42,000 milliseconds, right? Yeah. If we wanted to get that in seconds, then we're gonna have to like divide it by 60 maybe. So that's over what? Wait, is that correct? I'm not sure if I'm doing this right. I think actually we have to divide it by 1,000. Nah, yeah, there we go. I was like, whoa. So because we're getting milliseconds, so we can divide it by 1,000 to get seconds back. So that's over like a minute or so. This is using JavaScript. I cannot do this because we don't have those kind of operations that will do that for us. But as you see, it does seem to kind of work, right? So if I reload this, let's actually see how this gets called. So if we go here, one of them returns nil, but the other one returns a value back, and the first one here also B returns a value back. It's just the last one doesn't. So in this case we have this one, which is the argument being passed to, which is t, and if you look at the t is passed, so that's good. And once it's done, it calls it again with the value of t. But one of them gets the value, the other one doesn't. Why is that? What's going on? Oh my god, this is crazy. Ah, shit. I don't know why this is happening. Like I said, it seems like it's executing the C function 2 times. So my guess is that the reader for the loop fails at the first check. So right here where we call the B, and B does run, but then C also runs at the same time once B is done, you know, doing everything. So there is a problem, and I think this could be traced back to the do loop, basically like being like really slow to register on the system that a loop is currently running. So you know, that could be the reason why C then gets executed one more time and then it gets executed again. But no, I don't think that's the reason, because it wouldn't make sense for it to re-execute itself twice. Because once the B, if that is the case, then C should not get executed again, like right here. Like why is C being executed again after B is done? So that makes no sense. Because if it already has C executed, then that means it already moved on to like compilation, alright? So somehow C is being executed on its own, like it's been called within this a function call. You know, that's what's happening. That seems like what is happening. But if we check here, you can see it's coming from main. Main to next line. I don't know what next line is actually. What the fuck is this? Let me go ahead and find this. Maybe that could be the problem here. There's only one of those, which is when we compile the code, the keyword. It's only doing that one time. somehow, I don't know what the fuck is going on here. I'm just gonna, why is there only one of those? Oh yeah, this is actually together, it seems like. Just adding it onto new extra. So let me see. The new extra has execution type. Execution type. Just do that. Okay. Now we have main next line. So this is when it finds that semicolon basically. That's what main next line is. It's in the main compilation. It's like where the first processing happens basically in the main next line. So which means it moves on to the next line, like when it finds a semicolon or something like that. So that's what main next line 1 is. So this means this operation is being done over here, which is where the semicolon is, and then it moves on to the other calls, like arg_val. So this is in the argument where it's compiling the argument value. Makes no sense. Because I think the first thing after B, it should say there's a loop running. C should not run, basically. That's what I'm saying. So let's actually see what's happening after B, basically. So I'm gonna go and find the function here. So the compile function, which is right here. So after B, after B is done, then we need to log if there was a loop or not, basically. So which is right here. This is where B is being compiled. So I'm going to say if the info var name is equal B, then we're going to go ahead and say do B, and then copy this again, of course, so we could go ahead and return the true value, and then say B loop started, just so we know, like, if this is running, if this for loop, if this compile function is getting executed, then it's not being executed because the do loop was not registered. But so if we do get this output, that is what it's going to mean. But if it doesn't, if we don't get this output after B is done executing, then that means the do loop doesn't register to the system. It's way too slow, basically, for the system. So I'm going to reload, and alright, now let's go back here. So you can see here we get B, and then we get that, and then we get C, and it does the C thing, and then we get that again. What the fuck? It didn't log. We didn't get the output that we needed. So that did not work. Oh, it's because I forgot to add the other star asterisk or whatever it's called. Okay, now let's try again. There we go. Alright. Here we go. So let's see what happens now. So if we go back here, we should see the started. Oh, we don't. So okay, so we get this do B, but then we get B, and then after that we get C, and you can see there's no loop started, basically. So loop does not, it seems like that's the issue, basically. The loop started output is where the problem's coming from. So this is what it printed out, right? After that, it does the compilation, and then after the compilation here, there's the B call. So the reason here we say var name is equal B, then we say B loop started, and then it returns true. That the loop is way too slow to like register, so that's why this, I think that's why we're having this kind of effect, because the loop hasn't registered on the system after you know, so because it's also using 1000 milliseconds, so that could also be the case. I think I need to work on this loop thing, so that way it's crazy. That I think that is the problem. The loop is just not registering that the loop is running somehow, but it should say that the loop is currently running, you know, because we don't get this log before the other one actually does. So like right here it does B, and then it says do B, and then B prints out, and which is right here. So what we call the B function, and then it does this. So as you can see right here, so if I go ahead and log V before loading output, so this is going to be printed first before, actually no, it's not going to be printed because it's going to wait for that to be done, but that's like the kind of thing that you could imagine, like what's happening in the background is that B is so slow to like register, like the loop is so slow to like register onto the system, that this would be printed first before this operation runs, which in that would only be possible if you were using threads. So it's not going to work here because the loop has to be done for this to be printed. But I think like the loop is the problem here. So I'm going to try and see if we could fix it maybe. Let's see how we could do that. Because there's no loop running basically, you know? So it's really pointless. Like this loop thing here doesn't work right now, because you know, let's actually look for C then. Let's actually say if it's equal to C, right? So if the name is equal to C, then we're gonna go ahead and log B and C loop is running, you know? So just so we can see what's happening here. Alright, so now let's go back up here, and you can see here it did the B and then the operation C, and then it said B and C loop started. So this B and C loop should have already executed when B is done executing, but for some reason it waited until it executed this, and then it said B and C loop is, you know, running, which makes no sense. But then there is a second call. Like, I understand that this happens, like the B and C will get executed, but the first one to be running is B, so it's gonna wait on C. But then why is C getting executed again? Because it was already executed, right? Why is it running again? That's what I want to know. Why is C here operation is being re-executed again? Like, why? Because we already have that here. We already have it. It's right here. Here's C. C running. C is currently running. But then on the bottom here, there's another execution of it. What the fuck? God dang it. So this only happens, the only way that this could happen is, I don't know, some parallel shit going on, like parallel runs in unsynchronized integers or some shit like that. Fucking shit happening here, you know? Because if we take a look at this, you would notice that I think we have way more parameters than we should actually have. Let's actually take a look at it. So once we compile the, once we call this, so I'm just gonna go ahead and log the results here, just so we can see what the value of of this is, because I think it's way more than it should be. I'm only gonna log it if the name is a, basically. So info var name equal a, then we're gonna go ahead and log this to the console. So we're only doing this for testing. Var list, just so we can see the output. Okay, so going back up here, actually going back all the way to the top, so that's where everything starts, and then goes down here, and then after C is done loading, it goes ahead and outputs this. So you can see there's 3 of them, so there's multiple of results that we're getting back. We're getting 100, 2, that, and then another call for it as well. So it seems like it's rerunning itself, like it's rerunning the whole thing all over again. So it's adding times, wait, could this be the, wait, I think I might know where this is coming from. Let me go ahead and log parameter. I'm just gonna log it if it's equal to a. So we're only gonna log the prom, I think this is what it's called. It's this one. So we're only gonna log this var proms. I wonder what this is. So this should only have like 3 basically. So we're only gonna get that at the first execution. So you can see we get B, C, and F. So that's correct. That's how it should be. Okay, so that looks good. And then we get not just 3. So this, by first, at the start it says 3, but then you can see it's way more than 3. This is giving us 200, which is coming from C basically. C is the one that returns 200, which is the loop that it recoded itself. And the other ones are returning no because I don't know. It didn't operate. It didn't do anything. This is crazy. This makes no sense. And you can see the parameters here. The var proms is only 3, so I don't know why it has to multiply itself, like the operation, make the operation run 2 times. This is really not good, because we already have both of the values that we need, but then out of nowhere there is another shit going on, just like that. Where is this coming from? Where do I find this fucking shit? This fucking error. Where do I find this by, bro? This is crazy, bro. Like, the var list is way more than it should be, basically, because it re-executes the compile function, or the argument as well, basically gets re-executed when it shouldn't be doing that. But okay, so let's say that it does move on to the next one. Then there's the wait, basically. So let me think this through. So if we go back here where it looks for the comma, right? It sets index to that, but if we go all the way back, see indexes. Yeah, this makes no sense. It seems like the compile function gets re-executed with the same value multiple times, like 2 times. That shouldn't be possible though. The index, I already removed everything. So here it checks for the value and then calls this. This is the last call. So you can see here it's only doing this at the end. So this is the end call basically. I'm only gonna log this if the info is A. If the var name is A. So let's figure this out. Let's see. Out for a from, which is going to be value. So let's see what this is. That's the last parameter that it's going to call. Oh, there we go. So the last one that it called was F. So it seems like A, B, F both were executed before the loop started running, basically, which should not be allowed. So A, B, F were both running. Got everything was, you know, running. So as you can see here, we get A, B, and then C, and then F, which is the last one that we call. So everything is executed. This means index should be like, it seems like it's resetting. Index is being reset, but it's not a global variable. So I think that is what's going on here. So index is just this thing here that we use. So I think that's the problem. We should make this like a global variable. So that way, once a change is made on, globally, it will also affect. It wouldn't just be at, what it previously was. Instead of passing it around, I think that's the issue here. This is where the issue is kind of from. It's because of this index variable here. We could fix it, maybe I think. So we could fix it by having this global arg index, set it to 0, and basically use that as the the main thing, just like that. Just like that, and then now to replace it to being updated every time it needs to be updated. Let's see. Where's the getting updated? Oh, what the fuck is this? I'm trying to find the index. I think it's somewhere here. Oh, there it is. So this is the one here. Is this appropriate? I think maybe it is. We'll keep it there for now. Maybe we could change it later on. Do we need this? Maybe not. We don't need that because it's already there. Already setting it to that, so yeah, that's good. I think somewhere here. No? Okay. That's good. That looks good. And then we move on to the comma here. This is where I changes the index, basically. And we have to also do the same thing. Around. Oh yeah, this is increasing it and passing it on, so we're not going to do that. We're just going to increase it by 1 here and just let it be like that, and then pass it here. So we don't have to really pass it because it's a global variable, so it's already getting access of that. It already has, you know, scope of it basically, so it's on the, and to pass that around. And then here it seems like it's increasing it by 1 again, so we're just gonna do +1. Wait, did I do that here as well? Yeah, I'm saying I +1, so it just increases this by 1, and it's good to go. Same thing here, +1, and I +1, and I index +1, and there we go. So basically the first thing that gets executed here, I think, is the compile argument. So that's the first thing that is executed before anything. So right here we could do arg equals 0, so it starts from 0 by default, and then it moves on. So that should maybe solve that problem. Let's see. Okay, did we get this? Interesting. Well, this time it something happened. So it seems like C is still running. C did get executed again. So here we get so we were able to get A, so we were able to get B and C, and that's it. The other prompt did not get executed, so that's good because it was waiting for the other ones to be executed for B and A. So that's interesting. Let's see. Something's not right here, right? Let's actually undo this. I think I did something wrong. So going all the way here. It has to be 0 basically, so which is, I think, yeah, this is argument 0, so it starts from 0 and moves on from there. Is there anything else that I'm missing? Nope, seems good. We're just not getting the total values, and C is still getting executed twice basically. So we get Y, we get X, but we don't get Y and Z. Although the value is still there, we just don't get assigned. It seems like because they were already executed, so there is no trace of them in a way. This makes no sense though, because okay, so we have B. C, it seems like C didn't run basically. So although C did execute, everything was already done after B was done loading, and then it did var list. So it didn't execute B. It didn't execute loading C on its own. It seems like C just ran right at the same time as B was running. So it thought that C was also down as well, so it just moved on like that and didn't really work on it. So like I said, I think the operation was actually within the do loop, but that's what I wanted to work on. But for some reason, it seems like I changed the whole thing. Let me actually undo all this because I think the error really mostly is coming from that. You know, we don't need. What changes did I make? Oh, so like we need that. Okay. So that would give us the same result after this C, so we can learn. But there is a way to fix it, which is by looking for the do loop. I think there's something's not being done correctly. But look at this, it's 2019. That's when I wrote this function, this do function that makes the do loop work. Operation has two. What the fuck is this? Returns mail. So basically, we need a way to like store this to the server quickly. Like once it's created, like basically like once we call this, we need to say that there's a loop running basically. But it seems like that's not what it does by default. You can see here, it actually just doesn't do that. It calls this function, which is the one that actually does the operation. But I think the assignment to like where the loop is running is done within a set environment like this here. So it's using an interval, which then sets the loop running. So calling this do function is where the loop should be running, you know, by default. So that way it's assigned to this is also not a good way, but this is how the loop is basically runs on this. But I can't find the loop thing. I don't know where it's registered, but I think it's somewhere here. Is that here? Yeah, so it seems like this is where the loop run is set to true. Which basically, oh, you can't return anything there. What the fuck, man? So what I want to do now is, yeah, coming. So the only way to get this thing to work, there's a place that this whole thing is set to run, which is the one that I made. So this is the one here. This loop should be running do live and extract clear interval. What is this? Before, you know, the operation of do is executed, but for some reason it seems like it just waits for it and then does it. Like what the fuck is that? Like it should be like right here is where we, you know, create that do loop. because this is where it's running. So you know, we just go ahead and do that here. Set it to true, and everything should work. So now it should only do B. Cannot set property run to what? Oh yeah, it's because those storage things don't exist. Well, let me see. It goes down and does key. Let me see. Oh, right here it already has it as well, but it doesn't seems to be. It's not working because. Huh, interesting. So this, I'm sure this actually has error. Like this is actually crashing as well. If I actually run it by itself, right? Or maybe I assigned it in the wrong operation. No, yeah, it seems like interesting. This operation fails, the other one doesn't. So let me see. I'm using this extra, which is the one here. So it's going to variables object name, it goes to do, and then it goes to a key, and then it defines the run, which just sets it to true. And then this fails. Why? That is basically the key. But of course, it could also not exist as well, so we need to create it, I guess, right? Like, it should have. So I think the problem here is the name itself. This consider log not that, and we should get the true output and then the error be printed, so you can see what's going on here. Yep. Okay.
How you gonna cut him for you, nigga?
I'm coming. Give me 1 minute. 1 minute. See if this returns false, then that means this one does exist. So let's see. Okay, so yeah, give this false. So in this case, it seems like this is the thing that doesn't exist, and so we need to create that. And we could do that by just taking the same code, bring it down, make sure that it doesn't exist. So if it doesn't exist, then we're gonna recreate it as a new one, basically, which then it's gonna have name. So we're gonna take that, set it to that, and then it's gonna have run and be true. And if it does exist, then it's just gonna be this. There we go. All right, now let's reload and so interesting. B did run, C did not run. So there's something off, basically. I think it's the loop. There is a loop running. That's what it thinks, basically. So here we go ahead and log all done. This output is not going to be printed because there might be this loop that I just created that is currently running in the background right now. So if we look for all done, you can see it's not here. That's because it thinks there's a loop running. But that is good. Maybe. Kinda. We shouldn't. This C output shouldn't have executed, basically. So that means there's still a problem here somewhere. Oh man, I'm gonna have to come back to this next time. For now, that'll be all. Thanks for being here, guys. I'll see you guys next time. All right.